Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this continued hearing of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Los Angeles City Council regarding the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2013-2014. Today is May 14th, 2013. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's now 2:30 in the afternoon, and I apologize for the late start, but obviously we had a lot of material in the CLA's report to review this morning and afternoon, and we'll be getting into that at some depth shortly. Before we begin, before we begin our discussion of the CLA report and hear further reports back from the CAO, I do have 4 public comment cards right now. If anyone is here who would like to offer public comment, now is the time to do it. We're just going to have the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, so if you would fill out a card, please, and bring it forward, now is the time. And our first speaker will be Jim McQuiston, followed by Michael Harrison. Mr. McQuiston, welcome.
Jim McQuiston. Unfortunately, the fax machine down here goofed up, so we don't have the fax that I sent down, but I sent a duplicate fax to all of your committee and also to CLA, CAO, and so forth on the street services budget. And I want you particularly to take a look at that. You notice on page 4 of the report, there is quite a bit of discussion about how street services is going to be under attack, you might say. And this is the way out. This is the way out. And there is quite a penalty involved if we don't do that. So I don't want to get into that right now, but please take a look. There are about 4 or 5 statements that I sent down in that bunch. And I'm sorry that there's so many, but each one has a little different facet to it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. Our next speaker is Michael Harrison, followed by Jay Handel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Michael Harrison. I'm the COO of MoCA. I just wanted to say thank you for your consideration. MoCA is part of the family of Los Angeles. We're downtown on 2 locations. One is around the corner from here in Little Tokyo, and the other one over on Grand Avenue. Our contemporary art collection of over 6,700 pieces is known throughout the world, and that benefits the creative capital of our city, as well as local economy and tourism. We have museum-based programs specifically designed for students from grades 3 through grade 12. One program, Contemporary Art Start, strengthens both teachers and students. This program trains teachers to integrate art into any curriculum and all curriculum they teach, not just art. And this has the benefit of strengthening the students' language skills and their interdisciplinary in the ways that they think in interdisciplinary ways. With your help, we can greatly enlarge this program to affect tens of thousands of students. Another program, Sunday Studio, attracts families. Kids and their parents take a guided tour through the museum with a paid art educator and then do some interpretive artwork based on what they saw and experienced. It's quite amazing seeing families at the museums, grandparents, parents, kids, all ages, at the museum doing art, learning, having fun, bonding. Again, I thank you for your consideration, and I ask you to come to MoCA, experience the art, have fun. Please, it's your museum. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Jay Handel. Mr. Handel, welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Jay Handel, the co-chair of the Budget Advocates Citywide. I want to thank the CLA and everybody for what I see on page 11 of the report and a lot of the restorations that are going to help our Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. One little tweak, if I could, please. In doing so, you have eliminated or are requesting to eliminate the Senior Project Coordinator while giving us back an additional funding person, which gives us 2 funding positions and no policy people. We're really trying to rebuild the framework of this department, and that losing that policy person is a huge mistake that's going to hurt the department. So my request certainly is to come back and allow that position position to be refunded. At the same time, I would tell you that because of your foresight and the council's foresight in putting that $100,000 account together for budget advocates and neighborhood councils, I believe we're going to fill that account at this point and really not have the need for the $20,000. So if the difference between the project coordinator's position and the $20,000 is going to make a difference, I believe that that's $20,000 we could actually donate back into the general fund in an attempt to maybe get you guys to look at giving us back our project coordinator. So I'd appreciate you looking at that, looking at the extra position you funded if necessary, but certainly giving us back the project coordinator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Handel. Our next speaker is Nicole Shahinian, followed by Ann Williams.
Good afternoon. Nicole Shahinian with the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, which represents nearly 1,000 businesses in the greater Hollywood area, I'm here to urge your inclusion of adequate funding for the nonprofit partner of the new Economic Development Department in the city budget. The nonprofit piece is essential for the EDD to be effective as envisioned and should be funded as soon as possible without delay. If the nonprofit component for the new EDD is not created and adequately funded, all that will have been accomplished is essentially the reshuffling of city staff with no forward progress. Much has been written in recent years about the success that has occurred in Hollywood due to the redevelopment efforts of the oft-missed CRA. While the successes are visible, it also is obvious that Hollywood is still a work in progress and that much work still needs to be done. We still have rundown buildings, broken curbs, empty and underutilized spaces in Central Hollywood, and East Hollywood is even more challenged. With so few economic development tools left that can be used to attract investment in Hollywood and throughout areas in our city, it is important that we keep the city intent for the EDD intact in order to ensure a robust and thriving economy. Let's do what's necessary to make this important redevelopment tool function. The Hollywood Chamber encourages the proper and adequate funding necessary to support the EDD. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and as of now final speaker is Ann Williams. If anybody else would like to be heard, please fill out a card and bring it forward. Now's your chance.
Good
Ms.
afternoon.
Williams,
I'm Ann
welcome.
Williams with the Central City Association. In support of the city's effort to focus its economic development strategy, CCA has been organizing a coalition of business organizations that includes the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, the LA EDC, VICA, the Valley Economic Development Corporation, the Downtown Center BID, the Valley Economic Alliance, the LA Business Council, the National Association of Women Business Owners, and the Hollywood Chamber, most of whom could not be here today due to travel conflicts. On behalf of this diverse group, I'm asking you to fully fund the citywide economic development nonprofit with an annualized startup budget of $5 million and keep it as a bona fide city initiative and not shuttle it into the unappropriated balance. We in the business community were cautiously optimistic when the city adopted a plan for a new economic model for Los Angeles. The consultant's report states, quote, "The mayor and city council should approve the concept of contracting certain economic development services to a new citywide economic development nonprofit established by leaders in the private sector," end quote, and should, quote, "set aside approximately $5 million for the first year of the entity's operating budget." The stated goal is for the nonprofit to become self-sufficient and actually produce revenues that can be sent back to the general fund, but it must be nurtured initially. Right now, we need the city to think long-term and uphold its side of the bargain. The city needs to send a clear message that it is committed to getting its economic development house in order. Please follow through with the plan that the city has already set forth and fully fund the new nonprofit with an annualized commitment of $5 million and keep the program as a bona fide city initiative, not an unappropriated balance item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. That concludes public comment, and we're ready to begin. I just wanted to give a brief overview of how this afternoon will proceed. We'll start with some additional reports back that the CAO has been asked to provide, specifically an overview on the Coalition's report, the request for reports back, the Coalition of City Unions reports back. That would be Budget Memo 118. We'll then have a discussion about some additional revenue options that might be considered by the city, whether now or in coming months as we prepare for the next FSR. And then I want to have a report as well from the CAO on the status of some of our special funds, especially in light of the issue that developed with the Department of Transportation Grants Fund. I want to have a conversation about where else we might be able to identify special funds that potentially could owe additional reimbursements to the general fund. So we'll have that conversation, and then we will proceed to the CLA's report, which members you should all have and should have received this morning. And we'll go through the CLA's presentation, and then we'll go through department by department with member questions as to the CLA's particular recommendations on each of those departments, and any proposed amendments that members may want to suggest. We'll be taking votes on those, and hopefully by the end of this afternoon, we'll have the makings of a report to the council. So that's what I have planned. Before we go to the reports, I do just want to say, since this is probably, I hope, the last day that we'll be hearing the budget before we do make a recommendation to council, there was a lot of good news in the mayor's proposed budget. And I think that good news was the result of improvements in the economy, certainly, but it's also been the result of a lot of hard work by a lot of people over the course of the last 5 years. Certainly, the city leadership, the mayor and the council and their staffs, the CAO and CLA staff, in trying to find efficiencies, trying to find cost reductions, trying to find new revenues in order to address this unprecedented budget challenge that we've had to overcome. There's also been a lot of sacrifice by our city employees who have given up things that they were entitled to, who have tried to work closely with this council and with the mayor to try to find new solutions and to offer new suggestions of ways that we can operate more effectively. And of course by our constituents who have unfortunately had to give up many of the services that we would otherwise like to be providing in better times. And I think we're on our way to starting to restore those services, or at least we can see the date ahead of us when we're going to be able to start restoring those services and getting back to normal as a functioning city. But I do just want to say that for all of that good news, this is not the time for us to be overly optimistic or to be wishful or to think that we are out of the woods, because we clearly aren't. The budget in part is based on a number of things that are risky at best, and in some cases questionable. And we're going to be talking about some of those things. But among other things, this budget is balanced in part on an assumption that there will be concessions made by labor with regard to their cost of living adjustment that's part of their current collective bargaining agreement, and additional concessions regarding health care contributions. Now, those may very well be things that get negotiated, but they must be negotiated through the course of collective bargaining. And there's no guarantee at all that they will, in fact, be successfully negotiated. This budget assumes those savings, but those savings may not be realized. And so I think it's important that, we keep in mind that for all of the positive appearance of this, there are many things that we still need to be very, very cautious about. The CUT estimate in this, as the CLA will report later, is a very, very volatile revenue source, and we may be somewhat overestimating that source of revenue. We still face the possibility, I think it's unlikely, but we still face the possibility of another setback in the economy. There could be a double-dip recession, in which case revenues fall again. We still have significant exposure to liability in a number of major cases that are pending right now that we have to take into account, and we have a significant bank of police overtime that is owed to our officers. So as we talk about getting to the point of having a surplus again, let's keep in mind that those projections are all based on a lot of things that don't take into account risks that the city also is exposed to. So I think it's important to recall that as we go through this, and I would just urge the members of this committee, as well as the whole council, to think in terms not just of getting through this year, but to think in terms of getting back to a sustained positive direction in which we erase our structural deficit, in which we have a kind of government that provides services efficiently and without relying on one-time revenues to get through each budget year. That should be our goal, and we still have more work to do before we get there. So with those comments, I'll probably have more comments along those lines as we go forward. But for now, I'd like to ask our CAO, Mr. Santana, to provide a brief report back on Budget Memo 118 regarding the Coalition of City Unions requests.
Good afternoon, Miguel Santana, CAO. I'll be brief on my comments. I did get a chance to briefly review the response prepared by the coalition to our response, and I'll highlight our conversation mainly on those items that have a budgetary impact. I recommend that there are a number of items here that require further analysis, and that they be included as part of the special studies that you've directed our office to work with the CLA on. Specifically, I want to start off by saying that we certainly appreciate the spirit of partnership in which the report was written. Certainly this city is unique from many other cities around the country in that through this partnership with labor, we've been able to bring the city out of very difficult times. And as you stated, Mr. Chairman, it is that partnership that has got us to this point that we are today. I do want to also state that I was concerned by the initial comments that this office and the mayor's budget engaged in deceitful or dishonest information. We take a tremendous amount of pride in the approach of transparency that we utilize to submit to your council and to the public the most accurate and transparent information possible. We have a fiduciary responsibility, and we also have a responsibility to our bond rating agencies and to our investors to always be direct and honest with them, and we continue to do so. Having said that, I will focus my comments on a handful of items pertaining to the budget. The first is related to the transfer of dollars back into various departments to address the shortfalls that they have, assuming that we are successful in reaching a consensus on the 5.5% step increase that the majority of our employees are expected to receive on January 1st. That's certainly an option that your council has, and again, we support what's in the budget, which gives us the opportunity to have this conversation with the coalition and ultimately, hopefully, reach a consensus. The outcome of that, as you could see in the budget, is that for fiscal year 14-15, which is really not too far away, if we are successful, the deficit hovers at about $159 million. Without those concessions, then the deficit increases to over $212 million. And then the surplus, which is currently anticipated at fiscal year 2017 of $15 million, assuming, as you indicated, a successful negotiation on those salary adjustments, but also no raises for other city employees, becomes a deficit of over $40 million. So we recommend maintaining it the same, and we appreciate the CLA also concurring with our recommendation. On the alternative dispute resolution, ambulance billing, blight, discussion of street trimming, the community development, encumbrances, and financial department funds, we recommend that those be ongoing discussions throughout the budget. Again, on the restoration of human resources benefits, we do have an opportunity, as we stated, to try to achieve greater benefits through an RFP that is reaching conclusion. We still haven't engaged in our negotiations with the different providers. The department personnel is finalizing what's ultimately in the trust fund to allow to mitigate some of the shortfall anticipated in the HRB account. And then, of course, we'll continue having a discussion about sharing in that cost with our workforce. So we recommend keeping it as it is in the budget. Regarding LAPD use of civilian employees, we concur that we should work towards increasing the number of civilians in the LAPD, but that should be done in a strategic way, having thought through the various cost-benefit, as well as the larger discussion around the size of the overall workforce. Parking occupancy tax, again, we recommend continually looking at that through the FSR process. On the discussion around the zoo and the partnership with GLAZA, we support the MOU that was negotiated by the general manager. And we believe it provides a good framework to provide additional revenue to the zoo. Their initial proposal when they submitted their budget was to increase fees by $2. This MOU allows it to be limited to only $1. It provides an infusion of revenue towards marketing. Your council will have the opportunity to review and ratify the MOU in the context of the marketing business plan that must be submitted before the calendar year ends out. At that point, we think it's a good opportunity to review this MOU. And of course, as other MOUs expire, and there's a number of them that have been negotiated by the general manager, we also believe that those MOUs should be reviewed in the context of the marketing plan that will come before you by the end of this calendar year. And then finally, as it relates to the recreation and parks restoration programs, at-risk use programs, the CLA does recommend restoring class parks. There's no additional funding for Hackland. We support that recommendation. So again, for those items related to the budget, we recommend that they remain as proposed, but there should be additional study and analysis done on the remaining items and presented to this committee and the various policy committees on an ongoing basis.
All right, very good. We do have a response back from the coalition to your written report, which I've just received. I haven't had a chance even yet to review it. I would like to ask, and I'll ask members if they have questions in response to your report, but I do agree that we need to have further discussion about each of these items, and I'd like to ask that all of these items be considered special reports back that we can consider in the coming weeks and months as we work up to the first FSR. But members, any questions or concerns, comments about Budget Memo 118, the coalition report? Mr. Kretz.
Well, some of these I wish we could do in the context of this year's budget. Certainly, I think if we implement an alternative dispute resolution process, I'm sure we can capture some savings that seem pretty reliable. I just don't know what those numbers are. Any way that we could try to capture that in this year's budget and attach some reasonable numbers to them?
We would need to work with the personnel department to first be able to account for how much has actually been saved using this alternative approach, and then establish a program among all coalition bargaining units to allow for it to be expanded. So I think it would be premature at this time to actually score a particular number to it, but we recommend that that be part of a report back along with the personnel department.
But obviously to at least, if not do it in time for this year's budget, do it in the process of the year, and certainly have it in next year's budget, we actually have to start the process. Right. So
there is a number of steps, including the union filing a petition to negotiate a section of the labor management agreement with the state, and the personnel department would assist in that. And then the state will issue a letter of eligibility, which requires the city and the union to negotiate and execute a carve-out agreement. And then after the approval, the city and union market and explain the program to employees. So in our report back, we explain what the process is, and elements of that process involves both labor and the city going to the state asking for a carve-out. And so that's part of the reason why it would be premature to specifically score a number for the budget.
And several of these seem like they could be premature to pick up now, but are likely to produce in the future. So the question is, how do we make sure this doesn't just get carried year to year as a discussion, but we actually not only report on but implement some of these ideas, certainly in time for next year's budget, right, if not mid-year?
Well, certainly we have a challenging budget fiscal year 14, and we will recommend that there be, we commit to making sure that there's a report back on all of these items that could help reduce that fiscal year's deficit by the mid-year in January. So that gives us 6 months to ensure that whatever policy decisions that your council has to make are made, and then the next mayor could assume some of these solutions in developing the budget. So that we could, I recommend using the mid-year process to hone in on what exactly the potential savings could be starting July 1st, 2014, so that the next mayor could actually use those solutions as part of reducing the $159 million anticipated deficit.
Okay, and under number 11, Human Resources Benefits, I have sort of an indirect question that they weren't really getting at, which is the extra 14% that we pay for the police health plans and the 24% more that we pay for the fire health plans. Do the employees actually get any great benefit out of that, or is it just the desire to have an independent plan? And if there's no great benefit for the extra cost, is there some way to achieve some unity in the health plans so that we're not paying this high additional costs for the sworn plans?
The biggest difference is, as I understand it, and certainly the personnel department could explain it better than I could, is really the who uses the plan. So you'll be surprised to know that the majority of the folks on the civilian side who utilize our healthcare benefits are individuals. And so while we provide a subsidy to the full Kaiser family rate, most city employees don't utilize that full subsidy because most are still only utilize the individual cost. There's more families that are utilized under the police and sworn plans, and so they're actually utilizing a greater extent of the subsidy that's permitted to them. The way we've been able to start controlling our costs, particularly in sworn and police, is that our MOU with them currently caps the amount of which the city will cover the growth in healthcare. So we cap it at 5%. Healthcare costs grow anywhere between 7 and 10% a year, and in our MOU, the city will only cover 5% of that growth in the future. So we've been working through the MOU process to actually control those costs, but it has the mix of individuals who utilize the plans and which plans they use is what's driving the difference.
So it's not as much a difference in the plans itself?
It's partly due to that, and the other part is that, as was stated, we manage our own health care plan for our civilian employees, and both fire and police have separate associations that manage their individual health care plans. So we're not in a position to increase copays or change the plan design on fire and police because we don't run them. And so, again, so the way we are trying to control the costs is by capping the growth of the overall payment that's made by the city to 5%.
So would it make sense for us to look at changing that policy? Or do you think the 5% cap brings it into line?
Well, I think as we look forward in the future, I think looking at our relationship with the various associations that run those two systems is something we should do. The city essentially writes them a check every year, and we don't have any say in how the plan is administered. And as we move forward, certainly in the context of our next round of negotiations with both police and fire unions, I think that is something that we recommend moving forward on.
Yeah, if there's no requirement for them to run efficiently and they can just run it however they want to and we pick up the tab, that seems at least somewhat problematic to me. Also on the LAPD use of civilian employees, I think it'd be easy to do it now. I think it's still the political question. It would appear that it's a savings, certainly in the long run, to replace civilian jailers with LAPD. So certainly if there are any interest in doing that, it would be easy and doable right now to say, all right, if there's 100 jailers, let's reduce the number of sworn officers by 100 and replace them with 100 jailers. It would be a cost savings and no downside other than PR and political. So I certainly would support their recommendation there.
On that front, I think it speaks to why it's important to have a Tier 2 pension system, because as we start looking at restoring the number of positions among our civilian workers, the Tier 2 makes that hire much more affordable and sustainable. And so effective July 1st, that program will become effective and will certainly put the city in a better position to hire civilian employees. The other thing that was done on the sworn side is that, of course, they agreed to 10 additional steps for all new hires on the sworn side. And so considering options like that on the civilian side would also make it more cost effective to hire more civilians, which the city in the future will have to engage in.
And lastly, I have a lot of questions about the zoo and the MOU, but we should probably just discuss that under the CLA's report.
Yeah.
So I'm done.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions, members? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Santana. If you could also touch briefly on some of the potential revenue options that the city might be considering, because further to Mr. Koretz's point, I think about acting on some of these things. We tend to have a lot of discussion and a lot of reports about smart ideas, and a lot of them just continue to remain on our to-do list. But on the other hand, a budget is a living, breathing document. It's not something that's carved in stone and stays as it is. So the discussion that we have on these issues is not going to stop today, and we can continue to take action on some of these suggestions that we have in reports, as well as revenue options over the course of the year. I intend to ask the council to schedule a revenue day as early in the year as possible so that we can start work on the revenue side of it sooner than we normally would. And I'd like to have you touch upon some of the revenue possibilities that we might want to consider pursuing when it comes to Revenue Day. And if you have estimates of what the potential upside might be at this point, that would be great. If not, then we can have further reports back as well.
Certainly. There were specific revenue options that your committee asked us to look into. The first was related to fiber optic infrastructure. We were asked to see if that would be a potential source of revenue.
The sound system is budgeted for the right volume at this moment. Can you hear in the back? Okay, you can hear in the back? Okay, we couldn't hear in the front for some reason.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. So again, you asked us to look at fiber optic infrastructure. In 2008-9, the city actually sold the fiber optic infrastructure to the DWP for approximately $10.7 million. So that's not an option for us now. We are in the middle of negotiating a franchise fee with a new franchise fee with Southern California Gas. That certainly within the course of the year could be a potential of new revenue. It's premature to indicate what that could look like, but that's something that would be done in that context. There are a number of different options to be considered in the future related to billboards, particularly if we look at other models. Now, we understand billboards being incredibly complicated due to litigation that exists, but there are a number of cities who have started to tackle on this issue. Specifically, the city of Chicago established a digital network which allows digital billboards on city property. They granted an agreement with a single operator, and they have a revenue agreement over 20 years. They're anticipated that it provides them a guarantee of $15 million in 2013 and $155 million over a 20-year contract. Certainly something to consider. They are placing billboards on public land, and so there would be obviously a discussion around what land would be appropriate for billboards, even the content of billboards. It's something that will take some time to put together, but we could look at Chicago at the model they established. We could look at the development impact fees of new billboards. Of course, the issue of the litigation also has to be addressed in that context. The charges towards the regulatory aspects of billboards now to recoup cost of permitting and the inspection via the off-site sign periodic inspection program. Currently it's at $186. We could be reviewed to determine if that's actually an appropriate dollar amount. And your council has considered in the past looking at a voter-approved tax on billboards themselves. That's certainly an option that could be considered in one of the upcoming elections for your further consideration. We will work with the CLA to identify what other options exist and be happy to present those at the Revenue Day that you set up.
In the upcoming election next week, there are a few propositions dealing with medical marijuana and providing for a tax or revenue to be derived from there. Have you had an opportunity to make any estimate of what revenues would be derived if either or both of those would pass?
No, we haven't.
I should say either.
Yeah, we haven't done an analysis of the specific dollar amount. Each one of them has its different nuance. The one that receives over 50% of the vote is the one that ultimately prevails, assuming that there is one that reaches over 50%. At the time that were to occur, then we'll begin that process to analyze what the potential revenue could be from that. but we're not prepared at this time to give a specific number.
Very good. Mr. Rosendahl.
First of all, I want to thank you, Paul Pecorian. You are really great. You're process-oriented, you're open, you listen, you try to figure it out. None of us know anything until we're informed, educated, and connected. Then we do the best we can. And you've demonstrated that, and I just want to thank you, bottom of my heart, on that. On this particular issue, you know, I got NBC coming after me and CBS and ABC because I'm one of the authors of Prop D. And I don't want to get political here, but the obvious reason we all came to this conclusion, Prop D over E and F, is clear enough in the media out there. I don't want to get into politics, but our city took a position on D, and that's why it's on the ballot. And my concern is if it's confusing with E and F, everything is going to be crazy, and then the state Supreme Court that said a city can decide if it wants one or not will be in the driver's seat, which of course is insane. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for medical marijuana. So I just want to make sure we are clear enough on that particular issue without getting into politics in this moment. Does that help you guys figure it out or what?
Well, I'm not exactly. Are we clear? I mean, essentially, there are 3 on the ballot. One the city put on the ballot. There were 2 others by initiative. All of them have tax elements that are embedded within them. So whichever one passes, assuming one passes, then we would have to analyze what the revenues might be.
There's no question about it, but what I'm basically saying is the city supports Measure D, period. And we should be clear about why we do that. You go ahead, you can explain it more than anybody else.
I mean, all I can say
if
is...
it's allowed,
The city attorney wanted to make a comment because I don't think the city is formally taking a position on a matter that's on the ballot. One of the measures was placed on the ballot by the city council, but the city attorney...
That is correct, and this really isn't the forum for a discussion of those items, and we should really not discuss it right now.
I totally agree. That's why David Bryan's going to grab me for Cal so he gets his own statement.
But I think that the question is well taken about the revenue impacts, Mr. Rosendahl, and I think that just for sake of discussion, if either of the measures were to pass, when would revenues first be derived from those measures? Would it be within the fiscal year?
It would be along with the business. Yes, it would be within the fiscal year, but it would be in the spring with the business tax payments.
Okay, so we'll have an opportunity to do that analysis after we know which, if either, we're going to need to analyze. Mr. Englander, Mr. Kretz, Mr. Englander? Okay, Mr. Kretz. Mr. LeBlanche.
I just wanted to stand with Mr. Rosendahl just for a moment there. He was talking about something like whatever, KCAL or someone coming after you. Someone's coming after me about potholes, and that's what I wanted to focus on, potholes, not pot. No, thank you very much. That's all, man.
All right. Thank you. So if we can have, well, we'll just put that in the parking lot for now, and then when we schedule Revenue Day, hopefully well in advance of Revenue Day, we'll have more detailed reports back on those and other revenue potentials that we might be presenting to you. Now, the issue of special funds. When the mayor presented the proposed budget, it included, as everyone knows now, $42 million that the Department of Transportation identified in its transportation grant fund that was due in reimbursement to the general fund. And because there's been so much misreporting about this issue, I do just want to take a moment to recognize that it was the Department of Transportation and the management of the Department of Transportation that in fact identified that reimbursement that was owed. So whatever mistakes might have happened under prior managers and over the course of the last 15 or so years in failing to properly account for the reimbursements that were due, I do want to give Mr. De La Vega and his staff credit for having done the right thing and identified those reimbursements and made them available. And I also want to note that this came about because management of the department requested funding for one additional accountant, which was granted. And that position for that accountant was filled, and that accountant was pretty good return on investment when that accountant was able to identify $42 million in reimbursement owed to the general fund. So it's, I think, a good indication of why we do need to start rebuilding some of these internal positions within city government in the management hierarchy, so that we can identify things like this, so that we're managing our funds properly, so that we're managing our departments properly, and especially following ERIP and following the aging of our workforce and so many retirements that we're having and the loss of institutional memory and all of those factors. I'm really concerned that we have to identify those areas where we need to supplement management in order to avoid mismanagement and mistakes that tend to go on year after year after year. And this was an example of that, I think. So that discussion, though, Mr. Santana, raised the larger question of what other special funds might there be out there that continue to owe reimbursements to the general fund. And that has sparked me to develop a number of policy suggestions that I'm going to make to prevent these sorts of problems from happening in the future. That's an issue, I think, that I don't want to raise right now, but I do want to ask you, as I did last week, can you offer some suggestions of some of the larger special funds that we ought to be looking more closely at, that we ought to target some of our attention to identify whether or not there might be similar situations that have arisen where, through inadvertence or otherwise, reimbursements are owed to the general fund?
Well, as you stated, I think it's a healthy thing to have focus on all of our funds at any given point. And certainly in my own office, there was recently a review of the alternative conflict panel that was helpful to remind us of ensuring that we keep track of those dollars on a more accurate basis, and that some of those dollars that we were able to identify were actually helpful in dealing with issues in this year's budget. I do recommend we give you a more comprehensive report in the course of the year and have a specific item at a future hearing, but I think there's a number of funds, not to create the impression that there are issues with them, but I think as we did in my office, a review of them would be helpful to even alleviate us of any concern that they may exist. The Library and Recreation and Parks funds, particularly the UUFB, I know there was a specific question on that issue, and having an understanding of how much is in it, what the patterns are, what the policies are, and expending those funds in the future, and how we could program in concert with those funds as we start restoring services, as well as dealing with some of the capital needs in those two departments. Looking at the planning case processing fund, a potential of ensuring that we're getting full reimbursement for general fund activities. In light of the discussion around the potential of bond issuance to pave our streets and to deal with our aging infrastructure, we recommend a review of street services various funds to assure the public that those funds are going to be appropriately spent. Fund 844 and Cultural Affairs Trust Fund could be another fund that could be looked at in the future. The Subventions and Grants Fund and the Local Transportation Fund, these are funds that are used by multiple departments to hold funds received by outside parties, generally used for capital projects. So our initial review sort of identifies some funds. I don't want to give the impression that we have any reason to suspect that there may be anywhere near this kinds of dollars that have been identified in DOT. But I think it's, as we've done in my office, it's a healthy thing to go through and provide additional resources to ensure that those funds are fully accounted for, and reimbursing the general fund if that applies. You know, it's important to also point out that part of what allowed that red flag to be identified is our financial management system, which was an investment that the city made even in the most difficult financial time. You know, it's hard to track many of these dollars manually. This financial management system allowed the general manager to identify the red flag. He, of course, had the right instincts to pull the thread and ask for resources. And once he did that, everything worked as it should. And we had sort of the opportunity to build a budget stabilization fund and spend it on one-time items as being recommended. So it's the staffing, but also making sure that we have the systems in place to best track those dollars.
Right. And I think it's also important to point out that when it comes to special funds, the details of special funds are not part of our budget process in the City Council. This Budget and Finance Committee doesn't even have access to the detail of information about special funds. That is something that's monitored by the City Controller's Office and the department and the affected departments. So, members, I know other members want to speak on this, and I'm going to entertain wide discussion on this. But I'm going to make a few suggestions for changes, and I want those to be included in Exhibit H. And my suggestions, which I'm going to make as a motion right now, would be to include a new instruction in Exhibit H to instruct the CAO to compile a comprehensive report on all special funds at every department, including special fund titles, purposes, and cash balances. 2, to include... Thank you. There's 4 of them. To include a new instruction in Exhibit H to require reimbursement information in the fiscal impact statement of all staff reports dealing with grants. And the point of that is so that when a grant request comes before council, when we're asked to vote on accepting a grant, we should know when we vote whether reimbursement is going to be due to the special fund, so that we have the ability to track the reimbursement of indirect costs and related costs. 3, to include a new instruction in Exhibit H to request that the controller track special funds and report annually on reimbursements transferred from special funds. And 4, to include a new instruction in Exhibit H to instruct the CAO and the CLA to consider a new chapter in the city's, or a new section in the city's financial policies related to special fund reimbursements. Thank you. And Mr. Rosendahl seconds. Thank you.
Yes, I second it with enthusiasm.
All right, and Mr. Rosendahl,
for that
go
leadership.
right ahead.
If I just might ask you, Miguel, we've been talking about the billboards going dark. In our district, obviously, the ones that I am quite familiar with have gone dark. Way back when, we were talking about a revenue stream from them for the obvious reasons. When they go to that new day, and we got to be careful about the lawsuits, I understand, the idea of many messages on that board allowing them to dramatically increase their revenue streams is something that we need to obviously participate in. You had mentioned some strategies and some monies. Could you explain that just a little bit more so I understand where you're taking it at this point?
I'm going to keep my comments broad in light of the pending litigation, but as I indicated in my comments around revenue that could be generated around billboards, we could look at what other jurisdictions have done, both in terms of the fees that are established, but as well as engaging in a revenue sharing partnership with various companies due to the lease of city property. Now, that's a complicated notion, in part because of where we have our property, the impact it has on the community, the content of the advertising, any implications on the site itself, should there be any outstanding bond proceeds due to the purchasing of the land or the building itself. So it's a potential way of identifying a source of revenue, but it's going to take time to map it out, and it has to be mindful of the litigation, and it also has to be done in a transparent way where we allow a fair competition through that process.
Yeah, and that is the key. And for the viewers who are serious about this issue, they need to hear that kind of a discussion. Thank you for that.
Yes, Mr. Kretz.
I'm just wondering how, if we, through our legal cases, have banned digital billboards, how we could legally turn around and put them up on city properties. Wouldn't that be complicated and questionable to do?
I want to caution the committee, before the city attorney leaps up, I want to caution the committee and staff not to try to opine on the impacts of any legal decisions about in our policy making, but if within that context, Mr. Santana, Mr. Miller.
Well, first of all, what you don't have yet is the ordinance. That's still working its way through planning. So, it's important to have these discussions about what might occur, but all of this is going to have to be done within the context of the citywide sign ordinance. And again, so that's not before you yet. So it's a little difficult to be talking in the dark about what you might be able to do when we don't have the structure of the ordinance to inform that discussion.
And that's why we're going to be bringing that back with further reports on the revenue options that might be available, but it's not going to be available in this decision making that we're making today. Okay, back to special funds, if I may. Mr. Englander.
If I could, thank you. Thank you, the Chair, for all those recommendations. I do support every one of those. And in fact, in addition to, if I could, I don't know that it requires a friendly amendment, but rather than putting things off in the schedules as suggested for just budgetary purposes, I'd like to see some of those items actually come back to this committee as soon as possible. Some of those lists of the special funds, the balances, rather than wait till next year's budget, is what I was going to suggest, is that if we can, as soon as those are available, we can actually schedule some of those items for review. I'd also like to echo the statement that was made earlier in that those special accounts and special funds are monitored by two individuals for the most part, and that's it. And that's and now with this change, that will be expanded to include the council and the mayor's office as well. But it's been the controller and the department. And the department is responsible for monitoring those accounts, and in this case did a good job, but from the reports that we'd read publicly in the press, it had been a 17-year backlog, if you will, of full analysis or forensic accounting that had been done, in part perhaps because of the technology, in part because of other issues. What I'd like to do is, if we could also get a report back specifically on that particular fund and what exactly occurred, a detailed analysis of what occurred and how it was captured, what the mistakes that were made, so we could apply perhaps that lens to the other accounts, so we don't just know it was caught and transferred, but we can actually look at exactly what happened so we can get the detail. And that might further ask or could come up with suggestions to the controller for audits or other forensic work that might be applied in those concepts to the other funds. And so I don't know that this body actually got the details yet of exactly how things were discovered or what the transactions were. That's what I think we need to know, is that information. So if that could be shared with us as soon as possible, I'd like to just make that amendment.
Absolutely. That's absolutely a friendly amendment. It makes sense, and I'd like to suggest that that report come back to the committee within 30 days, and that the report that I called for, the first report that I called for in Exhibit H, that doesn't need to wait until the end of the budget year. I'd like to get that comprehensive list of the special funds. If it can be generated in 30 days, that's great. I think at least we should come back and talk about it in 30 days. And if you're having trouble, if anyone is having trouble getting the information that they need in order to complete that request, then I want to know about it 30 days from now or before. And we're going to take appropriate action to make sure that we have access to it. So without objection, that will be the action of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Englander, for that addition. Yes, Mr. LaBlanche.
One thing on the special funds, you know, you talk about a revenue day coming up.
Yes.
I did, when Mr. Fujioka here did get a motion passed, but it never was implemented, infrastructure day, where we focus on infrastructure, where you come in with the city engineer and everybody and say, this is what we're doing. Because all of us, like many of the things we're doing right now may be happening in 2017 or how they plan. So I just want to ask you as chair to think if we could work with the CAO and the CLA to have an infrastructure day where everybody had a shot at it. Number two, speaking of infrastructure, the fire hydrant trust fund was set aside years ago. It was swept recently, but it was set aside to put in fire hydrants, aging fire hydrants. All this is paid for by development fees. But now if we sweep those accounts, and I don't know if the city attorney's involved, how do you replace them if you were paid to put in a fire hydrant, yet it wasn't put in because they do it in somewhat of a process? So that's the caution that I have of sweeping some of these accounts, because they were put there. Does anybody at the table know anything about the fire hydrant trust fund?
Well, before you respond, even just for clarification, Mr. LaBlanche, I'm not suggesting, I don't think anybody's suggesting sweeping special funds. We just want to know how much is in them, what they're intended to be for, and whether they're being properly accounted. At this point, that's all we're looking at. The other things may come into play later once we have that information. If there's a great deal of excess surplus funds in some of these, then that might be something that on a case-by-case basis we need to explore. At this point, I'm just looking for some transparency.
Got it. But you know about Fire Hydrant Trust Fund? You know what's in it right now?
It's actually one of the budget memos, budget memo number 308. Right. And it's essentially on May 8th there was a balance of $1.6 million. Pending, whatever expenditures are done this fiscal year. The budget for 13-14 anticipates the fund to have $206,476. The city attorney is currently working on amending the ordinance to make it consistent with recent case law as to the use of those funds.
Okay, so that's very important. And the last thing I want to ask, statistics are so important. Today in the modern game of football, they use statistics to say how often they run to the right, to the left, and where the opening is. How much do you use statistics in your business, Mr. Santana? And are we up to date as much as they were at the county?
We use statistics as part of our regular work.
Right, because I mean, in business, they could call the Macy's out in wherever it is and ask what product was sold yesterday. Do we have real-time, how are we doing on our reporting? Because that thing helps us a lot. And as far as our business management of our departments, because it's a unique business of government. And are there ways that you've improved? You belong to national organizations.
Again, I think that goes back to the goal of performance-based budgeting, which will then allow for us to actually identify exactly what the budget is buying in terms of actual units of product. And so that's why ensuring that we fully implement performance-based budgeting is important.
It's key. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. LaBlanche. Okay, anything else, members, on special funds? All right, good step forward. Thank you very much. So that brings us now to the star of the show today, the CLA's report on the Mayor's proposed budget and the various suggestions that this committee has made and reports back that we've received. This is, for those who aren't directly involved with this process, this really is an enormous task that the CLA and staff undertake to try to go through in a very short amount of time, go through the mayor's budget every detail of it, everything that we say in this committee, every question that gets asked by every committee member throughout the course of these hearings to develop this proposed report. And I just, on behalf of the committee, first of all, want to thank the CLA and his staff for tremendous work in producing the product that we all have before us now. And I'd like to ask Mr. Miller to take it from there. Oh, yes, Mr. Englander.
If we could, just indulge me for 1 second, because I just want to not only echo that, I think it's appropriate to take a pause and thank all the staff that have really worked tirelessly day in and day out.
Just for the sake of the record, we are going to come back to that, but we can't say it often enough.
No, we can't. We can't. But as we're about to get into this, and I know you're going to close with that as well when we're done, but what's gone into this up until now with our CLA's office and our CEO's office and all the people that have been involved, but particularly the CLA's office on what we're about to jump into, how you can capture all of the discussion and dialogue and questions and the report backs and put that into one comprehensive report is really an incredible task and monumental feat that Jerry and Sharon and Karen and your entire staff that have been working tirelessly on this has really done an incredible job. And it's reflective in your work. And I know our staff and my staff that has been working tirelessly with all of you guys as well is still in awe that you continue to produce this type of work product. Is to capture all of this is really incredible. So thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Englander. Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much, and I do have to follow in that vein. I want to thank the CAO, all the departments for their cooperation in getting us here, and Karen and Sharon to my left and my whole budget team are truly extraordinary. They are truly, truly extraordinary, and I must say I turn my phone off at night during budget season because it pings at 3 in the morning. I can't tell you how often. So truly my sincere thanks to all of them. What we have before you really is a reflection of what we believe the committee focused on from the very beginning. I think, Mr. Chair, as you indicated, I think the sense that we had from the beginning is that we have made substantial progress in getting into structural balance through all of the extraordinarily difficult years over the last several years. Structural balance is actually now, in sight, and I'm very optimistic. However, we are not there yet. I would assert that what we know today, as we're sitting here today, our projected balance for the following fiscal year is not $159 million. It is $220 million, because we do have those contractual obligations that, absent other ongoing solutions to be found, will hit us in the following fiscal year. So we do have a ways to go. And I think the focus has been on, as the committee indicated, fiscal restraint, because now while the revenue side is working well and we're seeing positive signs, what we have to continue to do is exercise fiscal restraint so that we can truly, once and for all, bring things into balance. There are several things before you. I'm going to let Karen go through the attachment in detail so you can take your individual actions. I did want to call out a few issues. As you indicated, there certainly are some risk factors. The union concessions, police overtime remains a risk, litigation. Federal budget, there's a little discussion here about the sequestration. We're really all sort of in an area of unknown at the moment. It's just starting to work its way through, and the impact that has on the economy is still uncertain. We do have the Affordable Care Act, and I will say that the city is I think, well positioned to deal with that. For the most part, we're already providing health benefits to our part-time employees. So we're not in the same situation as many would be, but there's still uncertainties about what that might do to future health care premiums. So there is uncertainty out there, and we do have to be very vigilant. On some of the recommended changes, before you is, I think, a reflection of the committee discussion about delaying, not rejecting, not stopping, but delaying the establishment of the Department of City Planning and Development so that we can work through some of the detailed issues and ensure that there's a complete understanding about how it's all going to fit together. In terms of the economic development funding, and as I said in the community, I can't say strongly enough how committed I am, and I know Miguel is, to keep this process moving forward. There's actually the nonprofit proposal was something that we initiated, about a year ago, actually, and we've made great strides. We're now actually to the point at which we have a department established, and with the city going from nothing, 13 months ago, to actually having a department that will be formally in existence by the time this budget is a remarkable feat. Now, that $5 million from the consultant was the annualized funding for startup costs for the nonprofit, to hire staff, to potentially, office lease. That's specifically what that money is for. Now, we have not started the procurement process yet to get the nonprofit in place. So this should not be viewed as stepping back from the commitment of making this happen. But the reality is that it seems virtually impossible that that nonprofit is going to be established and actually incurring costs before the end of the calendar year. So we didn't feel, so we felt it appropriate to, again, try to assist what the committee clearly wanted to do, which is build up the budget stabilization fund as much to the extent that we could, to ensure that in the future we've got a cushion against downturns. In terms of the LA Zoo, I know you're going to be talking about that in some more detail. We do provide a couple of options on that. The crux of that issue is that the Memorandum of Understanding, which was only presented to you last week, really needs to be tied into the business and marketing plan, which is not slated to be submitted to you until, I believe, by November 1st. So I know that there'll be some discussion about how to move forward with that, and we've provided you with a couple of options. In terms of the state budget, the May revise did come out today. We've looked at it. We had some prior intelligence about what's in it. It does not look like there's going to be any impact on the city. We're going to continue to monitor and continue to analyze it, and we'll come back with any impacts. But there does not appear to be any direct impact. So I guess I would say in closing, bringing it back to my initial statement, it's important to note that even before the Great Recession, our joint offices released the financial policies of the city back in 2005, before the recession. One of the first and primary statements in that policy is that ongoing expenditures had to match ongoing revenue. The reason for that back in 2005 is in 2005 and before, our ongoing expenditures were not matching our ongoing revenue. So I think it's important with the bad memories of what's just occurred to really take the opportunity to keep things under control, to recognize that that did get us into a situation where we had a very difficult time during the Great Recession, and to structurally going forward ensure that that doesn't happen again. So from there, if there are any general questions, or we can go to Karen and start going through the attachment.
And thank you for that reminder, which I think puts all of this into an appropriate context. The reason that we created a budget stabilization fund and have put so much effort into filling it up was exactly to be able to weather difficult times, and so we're going to have some difficult times for the next few years, and that's why I think it's important that we continue to try to be as disciplined as we can in maintaining that cushion so that we won't have the service impacts in the future. But any general questions at this point, or? Okay. All right, Ms. Calfine.
Thank you. We can actually proceed through the report in whichever way you prefer.
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to add further to...
I don't have anything to add to that. I think Mr. Miller has covered the preamble. One thing I would like to say, though, in the bottom line on our recommendations is we've made, as Jerry mentioned, we've tried to reflect some of the issues that you wanted to cover. There was the issue of looking at this as more of a long view, a 2-year budget rather than a 1-year budget, so that we can get to a point where next year is not going to be more difficult than this. Also, there were some issues that you wanted, that the committee had indicated they wanted to review, such as some of the additions, some of the budget stabilization fund, really to get the city back on track into a sustainable future. And then just the bottom line on all of this, there's some recommended changes in the budget, recognize some additional revenues, and so the result is that at the end of all this, the reserve fund would be increased to a 5.27%, and that would be a $259, almost $260 million reserve fund, and the budget stabilization fund would be returned to where it was prior to the submission of the budget, which is around $69.4 million. So that'll be a good start for the coming year to kind of stabilize things and hopefully get us back on track.
Very good. Now, the largest component of that, I suppose, is increased revenues, which the CLA recommends be recognized in this budget, and there are quite a few components of that add up to around $48.8 million.
That's correct.
Which is terrific. There's a few that I'd like to ask you to provide some more background on, and let's start with the proposed recognition of increased property tax revenues due to the CRA dissolution. Can you please provide the committee with background on why you're proposing that be realized? That's $31.4 million.
Right, and that is the biggest component of the additional revenue that's recognized. And the background on this is, as you know, the state dissolved community redevelopment agencies throughout the state. And as a result of that, there has been a process in unwinding those redevelopment agencies, and the State Department of Finance has been looking at the State Department of Finance has been looking at the projects that have been part of the CRAs, and as part of the unwinding, some of those funding, the tax increment funding, goes back to the state. So they've been done a due diligence review and determine how much cash would be available as a result of that unwinding, which then goes back to the taxing entities. And that includes the county, the city, and the school district. So that $31 million is the city's share of the tax, the property tax revenue that's returned and then would then come back to the city. And we feel that's a fairly solid number because there's already been this review that's been done, and there's been an amount identified that's not in dispute, and that's our portion of the amount that's not in dispute. There's still some other funds that the city is working with the Department of Finance that's still in dispute. So once, as we go along through that process, there could actually be more funds coming in, and this number could alter slightly, but we believe that the $31 million is fairly stable and fairly solid.
So this is not money that was suddenly found. It's not money that was somehow ignored before. This is a complex policy change that's happening in Sacramento in relation to the dissolution of the CRA and all of the related financial implications that comes from that, including how much of the property tax allocation local government is entitled to for those former CRA revenues. Is that
That's
right?
Correct.
Okay.
And this is an evolving process too. And so because of timing, we have the benefit of some of those decisions that are being made more recently, and this is one of them. This is an evolving process, and some of this information was received recently.
So this is simply, in some respects, more current than what was available to the mayor at the time and the CAO at the time that they proposed the budget and analyzed it.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Well, that's terrific. Similarly, can you give a little background on the additional receipts that you propose we acknowledge for the state gas tax? There's a $3 million recognition of additional receipts.
Yes, Councilman. Hello. Yes, the gas tax estimate of additional $3 million is actually based on normalizing the revenue stream that comes in from gas tax. Last year, or actually in the current year, what happened was The state allocation, there were some disputes with regard to state allocations, and Caltrans actually believed that they were entitled to receive more money. As a result of that dispute, the state actually reduced our allocation. So we have this reduced allocation in this current year, which was then used to estimate our projections for next year. So what we're saying simply is, now that that Caltrans dispute has been resolved, we would expect that the revenues would eventually normalize.
So again, there's a high degree of reliability then that would happen?
Yes. What this actually brings the revenue level to is approximately $95 million.
Okay.
In the past years, we've received at least that much.
Okay. Very
for
good.
the last 2 years.
Very good. Now, can you speak to the increase in tobacco settlement receipts at $7.8 million?
Yes, on the tobacco settlement receipts, for the current year, there was an additional receipt that was received by the city. At the time that the budget was being prepared, it is possible that that receipt had not been received. And so there was basically an additional check that was received by the city for approximately $4 to $5 million. And then there was a second check as well received for an additional $1 million. So the city actually has already received about $13–14 million in the current year. The estimate was close to $8 million, so we received the difference that adjusts the budget. And then as a result of that, once again, it's normalizing revenues. The normal revenue stream is approximately $9 million. What's estimated in the budget is $7.5. So in total, that equates to almost an $8 million increase.
Great. And then finally, my final question on the revenue side is the related cost reimbursements. You took the time to go back and look at the reports that we've received relating to the Transportation Grants Fund, and you're estimating an additional $2.2 million in reimbursements owed relating to that, and then an additional $3 million in cost reimbursements for related costs from Measure R projects. Can you speak to those, please? And also, I'd just like to know whether you feel that you have received the information that you need in both of those respects to make a comprehensive evaluation of the related cost reimbursements.
With regard to both of these, I think we've also been working with the Department of Transportation, and this is a reflection of their ongoing effort to look at those funds and identify any reimbursements that need to be made. They're continuing to do that, and so this reflects what that continuation of that work. So with regard to the transportation grant funds, it's about another $2.2 million, and through a similar effort, the Measure R funds would be about $3 million. And they're continuing to do that, so there may be some additional things that are identified as we go along.
Okay. Very good. Members, anything else on revenues? Mr. Rosendahl.
I just love it, really, what you're saying. So as that revenue potential increases, we can do more projects with it, correct?
As they do that, it's not only does funding come back for reimbursements to the general fund, but some of that funding goes back to the fund itself, and for projects, as you said.
No, and that's great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Members, anything else on revenues?
Yes.
And Mr. Kretz.
Under the communication users tax, it's projected to fall by $2.7 million, 1.2% from the current year, but that seems to be a projection based on nothing, and the average annual drop over the last several years has been higher, and so the CLA's report notes that we could be short by $11 million instead of 1.2. If that's the case, are we still using the 1.2 projection, or should we be using a more realistic projection that looks at the annual decline?
No, we're not recommending changing that assumption. We're just calling it out. It's a falling revenue source that has been falling for some years and is expected to continue to fall. But based on the patterns of annual drops over the last several years, they've been larger than the projected decline for next year. So we're just calling it out as something we need to watch.
Well, it doesn't sound like something we should watch. It sounds like something we should adjust now, because unless there's a basis for the what looks like an unrealistically low protection of drop, why not put that as part of the budget process and not just wait for it to be in all likelihood wrong?
Well, maybe we should ask what the initial justification was for, what were the budget assumptions upon which that estimate was made?
We would recommend leaving it as it is, and we concur with the CLA that it's something we need to be mindful and watch carefully. I'll have Melissa walk you through the reasoning.
Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. The communication users tax is comprised of two components. It's a tax on both landlines and on cellular reception, and we do see trends going down for both. However, the declining trend has been sort of slowing, but we do have a lower revenue projected as a result. We, however, don't feel that it will fall to the same degree that the CLA is concerned about at this time, so we do recommend sticking with the current revenue.
Well, I guess I'll just predict that we're going to give ourselves a little hole there of at least a few $1 million. And I think longer term we should be looking at this as a vanishing revenue source and figure out how we're going to replace it long term. I mean, I'm a little hard of hearing, so I hate cell phones, and I always try to use a landline where I can. But almost everybody I know is eliminating their landlines and switching to cell phones. So I suspect long term, that'll be the overwhelming case, and we'll continue to lose revenue.
Anything, Mr. Kretz, anything further?
Nothing else on that subject.
Mr. LaBonge.
When you said that, Mr. Kretz, recently at the League of Cities, where we were, there was a public speaker. 43% of the Americans now, 43%, do not have home phones. They use the cell phone. I don't know what it is in California, but it's a growing number. But also, I think that's a serious concern, because I know in earthquakes, the cell phones don't work, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a factor that's there. The only other question I would add is for any revenue, does the city receive any revenue from any cell sites on city property anywhere?
We'd have to get back to you on that. I don't.
Okay, because I know what happened, Mr. Kretz. I know you know the street there in Silver Lake, right by the rec center. They wanted to put it on the rec center. Obviously, they didn't, and so they put it right on the street or in the neighbor's yard. And they're getting $30,000 a month or something like this. So it's an unbelievable situation. But anyway, thank you.
On the CUT, are there other Southern California jurisdictions that collect a CUT, and what are they projecting?
Yes. Other cities do collect a CUT. However, I would have to work back on terms of projections.
I mean, I don't expect you to know that off the top of your head, but maybe we could ask for a report back on that, just so that we know by the time of the FSR whether we have a sound basis for our projection. One that we can really count on. Thank you. Anything else on revenues, members? Okay. Well, then, with that, thank you very much. With that, then, the CLA's draft report includes a number of recommendations and possible actions that are organized in a department-by-department basis. So I would suggest, members, that we simply go through starting on page 8 and work our way through. I don't think it's necessary for the CLA to speak to every single one of these unless members have a question or a suggestion or a motion or a concern about them. But I think we should just go through one at a time, starting with excuse me, starting with aging. And on that, yes, Mr. Inglewood.
Just for a point of clarification in terms of process. So as we go through these, it's only as they relate to any specific change questions as presented by the CLA, or is that what you're asking?
No, I think if there are additional things that you want to propose, we should go ahead and do it department by department so that we have conversations that are sort of subject matter related. I think that that makes the most sense. Okay, so
If you like, I can just summarize which departments are on those pages, and you can indicate however you'd like to proceed with that.
Well, I'm looking at page 8. I'm not sure where the proposal was with regard to senior meals. You had made it is in the report.
It's in the report. It's on page 10 under general city purposes. There are some
under GCP.
Yeah, there's some recommendations that are grouped and
okay.
not
Well, we'll deal with that when we get to GCP then. All right. So, with regard to aging, any other issues on that one, members? Okay. Animal services, the one thing that I wanted to, well, a couple of things that I wanted to raise with that, and I think one is probably a number of us are going to raise with regard to the position restoration, but on the spay and neuter program, what I'd like to do is add an instruction to Exhibit H to have Animal Services report back on its the success of its efforts to solicit private donations to the Spay and Neuter Trust Fund in each of our FSRs. And the reason for that is simply I don't want a reduction in the number of procedures. And so if that private money comes in, that's terrific. But if it doesn't, there needs to be a plan B to backfill that so that we don't reduce the number of sterilizations. So that's my, I'd like to make sure we have a regular report back to ensure that that's going the way we hope. And I'd also like to propose members that we restore the funding and resolution authorities for the 7 filled clerk typist positions for animal services. Yes.
Just the wildlife officers. It's still in the wildlife officer. There's a lot of wildlife in the hills from Highland Park through. Is the wildlife officer still in? It's still in. Thank you. I got an okay from the general manager. Good. Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Rosendahl?
Yes. Since I've been on the council, we've been talking about getting unlicensed animals, dogs especially, licensed. We've talked about when I was a Boy Scout, we used to do light bulbs, and we would do that. Girl Scouts do cookies. The whole strategy is finding young people who are incented through various public-private partnerships to bang on the door, get to meet people, and get to know the dogs, and get them to get spayed and neutered. It's gold in the gutter that we should be picking up through the combination of public-private partnership. It's a no-brainer for me. I've been talking about it for 8 years, so my hope is we can up the number of groups that are working in a public-private partnership way where young people can be incented to assist the department in doing it. I know Brenda knows this, predecessors knew this, everybody knows this, but it's a matter of putting it in place and making it happen. So whatever we need to do to take it to that next level of engagement, which will get people jobs, young people jobs. 2, will bring us a heck of a revenue stream. And 3, will get rid of unwanted animals out there that are a problem for all of us in society. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
I'd also like to see if we can restore 4 vet techs that were cut from the budget as well.
Can I have the 4 back?
They are.
Yeah, that is the proposal in the draft report. So that they've already provided for that.
Yes, the four animal care technicians, those are included in here to match what the council has previously approved.
Yeah, so sorry, members, but just because I might not have been clear when I started, the CLA has tried to capture a number of the proposals that we've suggested in their draft language. So what we're working on now are additions or changes or deletions to those recommendations that are being proposed. If we don't speak to them, we'll just assume that we're going to go ahead and leave it as is. So. Mr. Chris.
I think this is a different position. The animal care technicians and veterinary technechnicians. So maybe a general manager could come up and speak to the difference.
All right, let's invite up the general manager, please.
Was that part of a previous budget memo? Just so I can refer to it? If we're going to be voting on new thing, I know, but it was nice. Can I ask a point of reference?
Yes, Mr. Englander.
Was there a, under the department, was this a previous requested memorandum back on budget impact?
I'm actually not sure of that, but you can ask the general manager that too. So my understanding is that the department is also short 4 veterinary technicians, so that will be problematic. I wonder if you could describe what that position is and why that would be a difficulty.
Sure. The animal care technicians, the clerk typists are in lieu positions. And so one of the things that they're in lieu of is either 3 or 4 veterinary technicians. And with the reduction in the spay-neuter trust fund, if we want to increase our in-house spay-neuters, it would be very helpful for us to have registered veterinary technicians because they're required to help with the veterinarians to perform the spay-neuter surgeries.
So even to do the spay and neuter surgery so we can release our own animals that are adopted?
Correct. That's what happens now, is that we're having trouble keeping up with the making animals available for adoption. We're having trouble keeping up with the number of animals that our New Hope partners want to pull so that they can help us save more lives. That's correct. This year we should hit a goal of about 3,500 spay-neuters, which is up from about 1,700 the year before, and we had hoped to raise that number to 8,000 in 13-14.
So I doubt that the council is generally aware that that can actually impact adoptions because we can't keep up with spaying and neutering our own animals in the shelters.
Correct.
So I'd like to, again, ask that those 4 veterinary technicians be restored in the budget.
Well, I guess I'm not clear on whether or not that was part of the department's request or whether that's been analyzed by the CAO or the CLA, because I think, doing it on, if it has not been, I think it's something we might consider in connection with an FSR, but I would be loath to do it on the fly right now without considering the implications that it might have more broadly.
And that was actually part of the thinking. I think it may have been part of the departmental request, which was evaluated by the mayor and the CAO and was not recommended in the proposed budget. But I think in our review, we tried to also look at limiting the number of new positions that were placed in this budget, to keep the ongoing costs down to a minimum, and if there is a need, perhaps review that during the course of the year and evaluate the need at that point.
If I could answer,
yes.
If I heard you correctly, you wanted to add the restoration of the 7 clerk positions. I assume that,
which was what had been requested by the department, as I understood it.
I think we had agreed originally with the CAO to keep those in lieu positions, because if we, the way it was explained to me, or the way I understood it, was if we regularized the clerk typist at this point, then at that time we were saying that we give up the veterinary technicians, an animal control officer, a senior clerk, and perhaps a veterinarian. I can't remember the exact. So we were keeping the clerks in lieu this year, so not to give up those positions, because we did consider them important.
So they currently have positions where those 7 clerks are sitting against. And so the funding is there for those positions. It includes, as was stated, 1 accounting clerk 1 senior clerk typist, and 5 veterinary technicians. So those positions are fully funded and are being filled, though, by the 7 clerk positions. And so that's how the department is allowing to proceed forward with the number of positions that they have this year without having to result in any layoffs.
Council members, John Chavez, Department of Animal Services. That's correct. We do have the clerk typist, and I think the key positions are the 5 vet tech positions. If we want to be able to reach our goal next year of hitting 8,000 in-house spay and neuter surgeries, we're going to need to have those additional 5 vet techs available to assist in surgery. We cannot do that right now because we have clerk typists in those positions. We're suggesting putting those clerk typists in resolution authorities. That way, that would allow us to fill those RVT positions next year and meet our 8,000 goal.
And so presumably that would require a little bit of extra funding, but...
Well, to restore the 7 clerk typist positions, there would be an additional $532,000, including both direct and indirect costs. So right now, the positions that they're sitting against allows those positions to continue. Otherwise, an additional, if you want to restore fully those 7 clerk typist positions and to allow the department to backfill the positions that are currently vacant, there would be an additional $532,000 that would need to be found, $356,000 of direct costs and $175,000 of related costs.
If I could jump in, I'm sorry. Miguel and I discussed in passing, and we didn't flesh out a conversation about some possible part-time as needed. And we were talking about that in relation to being able to open the the spay-neuter clinic to the public at South LA, and to be able to open it ourselves with some grant money that we have and some part-time as needed. That might be a good alternative.
I mean, I'm certainly open to anything. I just think this department is so stretched thin that we're actually interfering with our own goals for the department. And if we actually can't spay and neuter the animals we want to release from the shelters, and we actually wind up having to euthanize animals because we can't spay and neuter them and either put them up for adoption or give them out to our New Hope partners, it just doesn't make any sense.
May I suggest something? There's a little bit of, perhaps some misunderstanding or disagreement about what this actually means. What I would suggest is to leave this as is and get a report back so that the issue can be sorted out, and then take that up relatively soon or early in the fiscal year.
Maybe even before the budget is approved. Is that a possibility?
It's possible to do that.
I'm going to just ask that we put this sort of on the shelf for now. I'm going to ask everybody to get together and, figure out what, is going to achieve the goals that we've talked about, and we're going to revisit it today. So we'll come back to Animal Services after we've gone through a few more of these issues, maybe at the end of the day. Mr. Englander, you wanted to be heard on Animal Services, or? Okay. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, just for the record,
Mr. LaBonge.
This morning while hiking in Griffith Park, Buddy, a little Cocker Spaniel, bit me, but only ripped my pants, and he was on a leash, I just want to let you know, but it didn't break my skin, but it did break my heart that I got bit by a dog today.
Sorry to hear that, Mr. LaBonge. How are you doing? You okay? You want to proceed?
I'll proceed. Just talking about Animal Service just scared me a little.
All right. Okay.
Buddy, a dog. It's Buddy.
All right. Members, anything on Capital Finance Administration Fund, Capital Improvement Expenditure Program?
Just on the expenditure program. These are very important. Pools are very important. The Watts Tower is very important. I know Mr. Buscaino very much stands for that. Previously, Ms. Hahn. What does this do in your recommendation, Mr. Miller?
What this does is it simply recognizes that these projects will take more than 1 year to complete. So this deletes a portion of the funding that was initially proposed, but it recognizes what will actually be needed in the coming year.
So these pools could not be opened this summer with this money.
I just read it again.
These are actually construction projects that need to be done. So
Got
it doesn't reflect the opening of the pools. There's actually something later about some pools.
Okay,
And
all
there's
right, I just
also-
wanted to make sure. So this is a good recommendation then.
And one
But we're actively working to fix these locations, but it will take 2 fiscal years to get them complete?
We'll have to see how many fiscal years it'll take. That might be a question for Rec and Parks. But I also wanted to point out one other thing, and then there's a recommendation for later in the report for Recreation and Parks to come back with a program for replacement, repair, so on for those swimming pools.
But they're not saying that. Would the Deputy Mayor want to say something?
Councilmember, the Mayor's office was informed by Recreation and Parks that this would be the cost to fully fund these pools. We think that it's important to fully fund the construction cost of these pools. Although it may potentially take several years to complete, we do believe the funding should be provided up front.
So you disagree with the CLA?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. God, I hate to disappoint the mayor, but I'm just thinking if it doesn't, because I know this happens in construction projects committee, that they don't get it all. This is funded. Some work is being done now, or
This is proposed for the coming year, and it reflects what our understanding is of what the funding that would be needed for the next year. These are going
for
to be
this year. The
multi-year
next
projects.
is July to July.
Yes.
And then we'll have to fund more next year.
That's right.
So we're trying to use it. We're stretching the dollar.
And that's very typical of
Okay.
construction projects. You don't have them all in 1 year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything further on capital improvement expenditures, members? Okay, how about City Clerk? Okay, very good. Then that brings us to, yes, Mr. Labange.
Funding of one before, you can't execute a contract unless it's fully funded. So what do we do, and how do we keep working to try to get the pools open? And I'm sorry, Mr. Koretz, but do we have any exception in these cases here?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, the question is, I got a pool, and I need the money from the city to fix the pool.
Right.
But I got to have all the money to start working on the project, because you don't want to. I wonder how much commitment we are with the Watts Towers. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Karen, but and I understand what the Deputy Mayor is saying. If we're not, if there's no work going to be done unless it's fully funded, how much?
Not necessarily. Sometimes there's design costs that come first, and then the construction costs later. With regard to the Watts Towers, there may it would be good to see a plan.
Okay, I want to accept what the CLA said, but I also think we should consult with our colleagues whose pools these districts are in when it comes to full council, if they may shed some light on it. I reserve the right to. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's nothing on City Clerk, that brings us to page 9, starting with Planning and Development. Yeah, Mr. Englander.
Yeah, I'll have several items on page 15 on the Exhibit H as it relates to this, and I can wait until we get to Exhibit H, which I think will be more appropriate. But on the second bullet on adding the funding for the management consultant, I would suggest it not be put in the UB, that it should be transferred, in fact, immediately to the CAO. And the instruction will be that the CAO will work directly with the Director of Planning with the consultant, but that work has to take place immediately. So that will be my recommendation. So it should not go into the UB, but to the CAO.
And that's something that certainly can be accomplished. And also, just related to this, I can answer your Exhibit H question. What this recommendation does is reflect what the committee had discussed about postponing the
It's not, I mean, that's where I was going to get into to measure, to Exhibit H. It's actually not a postponement, if you will. It's the implementation to take effect later, but not postponing the entire effort. And in fact, the deletion of the instructions for the city attorney to work on the ordinance should not be deleted. We could, in fact, do those things now. It's just to take effect starting January 1st rather than July 1st, even in some of those positions. So we can get to that when we get to Exhibit H. I think you've captured
I think the thinking
99% on the thinking of it. It was just a couple of the wording and the fact that it was actually deleting rather than moving the date.
Right.
So we can fix that easily when we get to H.
Yeah.
But on this, which is a reason for it not going to the UB, so we can actually begin working on it immediately. I think that's what everybody's asking, is they want to see the details. They want to see the consultant work through this as quickly as possible. So I don't think there's any reason to put it in the UB. I mean, it'll be the CAO again, so we should change the instruction, though, but it should be for the CAO working in conjunction with the Director of Planning and the consultant.
Okay, but as I mentioned, I think the thinking was that the committee had requested that to have some time to look at this, and there'll be an opportunity to report, and at that point those ordinances could be requested, but it could go either way.
Yeah, I think the committee's already done that. Plum has already gone through and vetted that. It's been an issue of Plum in terms of that element of it. And so that was why the instruction was from Plum to move forward as well with the ordinance changes with the city attorney. So we could do that. This committee, though, said let's slow it down and not move any of the individuals. And it was also the fire inspectors that came back as well that said we'll probably have to work through an MOU or an MOA, which we agreed we would look at as well with the consultant and most likely go in that direction with the fire department. So we've all agreed on that. It's just a matter of putting all those plans in place, but that the full implementation would begin January 1st, not report back on studies. So that would be my recommendation, if we could correct that and just not have it in the UB.
I think that makes sense.
No,
I assume
that can be reflected.
I assume that the rationale for putting it in the UB was simply because it hasn't been contracted out yet. But I think that makes.
And they've got a consultant they've been working with. It'll be an extension of.
Not a problem.
So it does make sense to reinforce the urgency of continuing to move forward on implementation. And so I think that's a well taken point, Mr. Englander.
Thank you.
Have anything more on that?
No.
Anything else on planning, members?
Well, on planning, on the consolidation issue, I absolutely believe the word safety must be in this because it reflects building safety. And also state law requires, from my knowledge of it, that there's certain people be certified by the state to be the head of the building department and whatever the case may be. Who ultimately would be the head of this department?
So what I would do is part of the instruction on that is that that the official name could be vetted with the various stakeholders as well. That's something that Mr. Labange has brought up repeatedly, and I think it's a valid point, and it should be addressed. So I would add to the instruction that the consultant work with those various stakeholders for an appropriate name of that department and to reflect the sentiment that safety is a big element of that planning process as well.
Okay, so that's good. Now there should be a superintendent of building in there as well, because that's separate. I mean, all these.
It's in there.
And will there be two separate financial officers, one in planning and one one consolidated?
With this, because this would reflect an implementation date of January 1st, basically things would go back to where they are currently. So the deputy superintendent of building would be included now, and the chief financial officer would not. Those were kind of swap positions. So.
And if I could on that, and doing further research and analysis and talking to the various departments, that's something that since it's not defined on exactly what those functions will be, or what this department would, again, those details, that will be one of the first items they take up in identifying those key positions, as with the consultant and with all those affected departments.
And what department, what committee, planning and land use management will be overseeing this?
And this committee.
And the public safety committee too?
No, and
but
budget.
How about for the fire department aspect of the
planning and budget?
Planning, but the fire department will be included in this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm hopeful, but I do want to make sure we take care of the element of, because there is two different factors. I see today the CAO and the CLA working together, and that's a good thing. And I want to see planning and building and safety work together. That's a good thing. So if that could rub off, that's a good thing.
Are you proposing consolidation?
Okay, I think I'm a little confused about the deputy superintendent of building and the chief financial officer position. Those are, one position would replace the other if it were implemented, I gather. Is that right?
If that's what's determined, I think Mr. Englander said that that's something that the consultant could also look at.
So as of this moment, there's no change in those positions.
That's correct.
If it's implemented on January 1st, then at that time, the deputy superintendent of building position could potentially be deleted and replaced by the CFO position.
That's possible.
Do we need... Yes.
I just need a clarification on the restoration of the deputy superintendent position. This is a reso authority, and I think that position currently is a regular authority, but I'm not clear.
No, go ahead.
Well, the position that was deleted was a reso authority.
Oh.
So you deleted, actually there was some confliction. There was a conflict in the two, there was conflict between the Blue Book, but essentially what we are, and what will be accomplished through all of this is we need to resolve it, but as part of the Personnel Authority resolution, the intent is to maintain all the authorities as they exist today. So if there are 3 regular deputy superintendents today and 1 reso, on July 1, the intent would be to have the same 3 regular authorities plus 1 reso.
Does that make sense? Yes. You're good with that? Yes. Okay. Okay, anything else on planning and development? Very good. So that brings us then to cultural affairs. Anything on the cultural affairs recommendations? Members?
Yeah.
Mr. Labange?
Just on some things, what changed from the CAO and the mayor's budget? Because I think Cultural Affairs has been a tremendous asset to our Trade and Tourism Committee and its advancement. Just trying to look at it. There's only 2 positions changed, or what's changed?
There are 2 things listed here that have changed. One is with regard to the mural project. It reduces the amount for the mural project and places that into the unappropriated balance so that a program could be brought forward. And then the second is the deletion of one art center director position, and this actually has to do with a broader discussion that we'll come to later with regard to positions that were added, included, and the impact on the exemption cap that's in the charter.
In the charter. But these will have an opportunity to come back to committee, these items?
These are our recommended changes to the budget.
I got it, but you said one would come back on the...
on the mural project.
On the mural?
When there's a program proposed for the mural project, then the money that's recommended to be moved in the UB could be considered to be moved at that point.
I know exactly what you're asking, Mr. Labange. There's an ordinance right now that's actually hasn't been passed yet by the full city council. That's still being vetted. And so as that's worked out, that's why it's suggested to go into unappropriated balance. Those details will be hammered out, and they'll figure out their needs.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, members. That completes page 9 and brings us to economic development. On the top of page 10, yes. Mr. Rosendahl? Yeah.
I just want to make it.
Yes, Mr. Englander.
I just want to make a quick comment because I know there's a lot of folks that are paying a lot of close attention to the Economic Development Department item and what this committee did and what the CLA is recommending, which I fully support. I think it captured well what we're doing is the idea of moving forward with the department, funding what was suggested to be funded, while we're looking for the principal project coordinator to work with and a plan, finding a partner and looking for that partner so it becomes that true nonprofit public-private partnership that we all anticipated and hoped for in the development initiative. And that was captured well, and it was reflected here that the money is being set aside. And I know there's a lot of folks from the Chamber and CCA and the development community, folks that have been looking at this very closely, and just wanted to thank the CLA for reflecting all those concerns and questions and making sure that it's being funded in the way that it is. So thank you for that.
Members, anything further on economic development? I just, wanted to, I think, dovetail on that because we've really stressed the importance of this. This is a huge step forward that we're taking with this department, and we've already had significant input from outside consultants and so on about the work that needs to be done. The consultant did provide significant discussion and argument about the need for strategic planning and long-term strategic economic development. I would be inclined to maintain the principal project coordinator and other project coordinator positions, at least 3 of them. There's, I think, 5 deleted from this, 5 new positions that are deleted. I would be inclined to suggest that we maintain the principal project coordinator, the senior project one senior project coordinator and 1 project coordinator for EDD in order to complete that strategic planning and long-term strategic economic development work that there is not currently capacity to achieve.
All right, if I can ask a question on that, would it behoove us to look at that, particularly if we were to fund it, to put it in the UB and not fill those positions yet, as they haven't truly been defined? That and the fact that we've got some new management, if you will, of the city coming in, that they can help further define that. I think
it's possible to do that. What this recommendation was referring to is that the council just recently approved the structure of the new economic development department, and as in our review, we're looking to see that the proposed budget conformed with what the council had already approved. These positions were not part of that, and so the recommendation was to match what the council had previously approved. And I should also note that there are some other positions that are included in here for the economic development department, and those are reflected in there are a couple of management analysts and a senior management analyst. So we may want to look and see how this progresses again, and if there's a need for additional positions outside of the ones that were included for that were included and approved by the council and the mayor.
Well, based on that, and I didn't realize that, so I appreciate the insight. So I would not support then the addition of those positions at this time, would be my feeling, and looking at, again, since we're looking at all the positions citywide holistically, but looking at this, it's very important. I absolutely agree with the chair, and moving forward, I think we're doing that by funding what we said we would fund as well, until we can get it off the ground, which is going to take some time. And I've talked to some of the principal partners that are heavily invested and involved in this directly in the last couple days as well, and they are fully supportive with what the CLA's recommendations are on this. So again, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Council members, if I might, with regards to the positions for the new economic development department, and I know this came up in the discussion with staff earlier as well last week. The mayor's office is also willing to reduce positions. I think we had talked about reducing 3 positions from our office, specifically that work on the Office of Small Business work now, and that do strategy and planning for business development for the city. So we feel that the 5 positions here would be very important for the success of this new economic development department. If we don't invest up front with staff, then it will be much more challenging for them to benefit us in terms of realizing this additional revenues. So I think our recommendation would be, you've already seen the item in general C purposes. I think it's $185,000 or $187,000. We're fine with having that moved over to the new department, but we do recommend the 5 positions. If it's the committee's desire to reduce positions, the mayor's office, 3 positions, we'd be supportive of that, with a commensurate funding reduction as well.
Let me just point out that if there are positions that are reduced in the mayor's office, then the positions that are here for the small business office positions would need to be deleted as well, because that was supposed to be a reflection of that transfer.
All right, well, I don't think I'm prepared to suggest 5 positions to be restored here. You indicated a reduction of 3 positions. I think they tend to balance out. If we were to add 3 positions that I suggested, the principal project coordinator, senior project coordinator, and the project coordinator, I think 5 would be a negative impact on the budget, but 3 should approximately balance out.
I think that's a fair compromise. We obviously want to see resources added to this department. Perhaps we start off with 3, and then as this new department is fully functioning and the mayor and council can take another look at the needs that go beyond this first implementation, I think we'd be open to that.
Can I make one recommendation to that then? If we did that just in the spirit of keeping along with what we were doing earlier as well in the other positions in the other departments, is that we'll go ahead and do that and add back, though, the civil service equivalents of those positions, so we actually have those positions in place. But
you know, I think the concern, and we've heard this echoed from our partners in the business community too, is that when it comes to city classifications, we haven't had a great deal of success in the past when it comes to economic development, and we feel that the city should be able to go out and recruit the most qualified candidates wherever they happen to be, which could even include staff from other agencies, former CRA or elsewhere, or even perhaps the business community, to bring skilled expertise that you may not get as you rise up through the ranks as a management assistant or an MA, which is, you know, no slight against our civil service employees. I myself have come up the ranks, but that I think we want to give that flexibility to go out and recruit the most qualified candidates.
Come back to that.
Particularly when it comes to strategic planning in a department that doesn't currently exist, where we don't really have a lot of track record or precedent even to really go on.
If I could, I just wanted to, again, I think getting back to Ms. Califine's point, is these positions were not contemplated less than a month ago when you approved the ordinance. Also, these are exemptions. This goes to the larger issue of the cap of exempt positions, and reducing positions in the mayor's office and council offices don't fall within that cap. So approving these positions as exempt positions impacts the cap regardless of what happens in the mayor's office. So we would caution you on the charter cap on exempt positions, on how to move forward, and that's one of the things we tried to do, as you know, in all of this, is identify those exemptions, try to clarify them, and back out those so that we're sure that we're complying with the charter cap.
And actually, I think we asked for a report back on that, but in the hundreds of reports that we've received, I can't say what the answer to that was. What is the current cap, and where are we in relation to that cap?
Yeah, the current cap is on 150 positions, and I believe we're within 10. It's 140, so there are only 10 available currently. And so there are a number of positions, and this goes to that broader issue of looking at potentially exempt positions in the budget, because they could actually impact the cap and leave no room for any flexibility. I should also point out, too, that it's not impossible to take a civil service classification and make that an exempt position. There's an opportunity to do that, but it should be what we recommend is that it be done in the context of that overall cap, and that those all be considered carefully as this budget discussion continues.
And in the context of utilizing other department staff, if that was the means of simply moving one shell to the other, if you will, couldn't those folks just simply remain and be on loan to help the startup?
Yes, the mayor's office has the authority to move to move staff.
Okay, so
temporarily, yes.
So they can still do, and then it wouldn't have a budget impact. And that would solve that issue.
Okay, well, yeah, and if there's a comparable deletion with the comparable addition, it also wouldn't have a budget impact. But why don't we do this? Given the nature of the cap, we've kind of discussed these three positions. We'll hold those on the shelf for now, and then we can come back and talk about, when we're done with all the departments, we can talk about where we stand with regard to the cap and any positions that we, may wish to exempt or restore or reduce as the discussion goes on. Okay, so then that brings us to anything on fire? Well, let me rephrase that. Is there any item? Is there any item to be discussed with regard to the fire department? Mr. Kretz.
Yes, I'm. Yes, it's getting hot here. One question on the hot issue of the day, so to speak, which is the ambulance versus fire staffing. Does either the budget or the CLA's recommendation address the issue that we dealt with for a couple months, but not for next year's budget, of whether we can staff both the 12 ambulances and fully staff all our fire equipment as well?
Councilman, we did not provide additional funding for the additional 11 ambulances for fiscal year 13-14. The way we understood the discussion in council just last week was that the funding was provided for this fiscal year, and future fiscal year it would be a matter of determining the total amount of resources provided to the fire department, and then the fire department needing to deploy based on that level of funding. We did not provide additional resources to the department, and it will be at the discretion of the fire chief to determine how to deploy his resources beginning on July 1.
Well, I think part of the hope was that by providing that full staffing till July 1st, that we would figure out some way to do that on an ongoing basis. So I don't know that I'm any happier to say, okay, we got by for another 6 weeks, but now we're taking staff off the fire trucks and creating a more dangerous situation. So I don't know, colleagues, if you have any interest in trying to give any further direction on that, or if we leave it as budgeted and leave it to the fire chief's discretion.
Mr. LaBonge.
I think it's real important that there's a plan, and I haven't seen a plan, but I think if this is the recommendation to move forward, I think the council needs to hear a plan. In the district that I represent, 3 engine companies were removed. Now, where Children's Hospital is, it's a light force. They want to do a station which is in the heavy populated Wilshire Center area down to a light force. All this is somewhat technical, but also I think the council needs to know what is not going to be there. But if we get through this budget but come back, I think this would be a very important item to have a focus on how we move forward. Because I don't like the fact that all we're doing is cutting instead of finding a way to get back. And I think there's a real element of truth that when the earthquake comes, when these things happen, our staffing will not be adequate. It's a gamble every day. So I think it's real important. And Mr. Chair, I'm looking at you for some guidance here. I could talk all day on the 10th person on the truck and how important it is and these other issues there, but at the same time, I don't want to dominate something, but at some time, whether it's Public Safety Committee or whatever, comes to the council and the fire chief is able to provide us with a plan that says in this areas at this times we need these services, and then we could augment them. I truly believe it's a gamble every day. So, and I do not. I'm a very strong proponent of task forces and an element to work with the ambulance at the same time. So, any suggestion, Mr. Chair, on that?
Yeah, well, I think you're right, Mr. LaBonge. We continue to await a plan for restoration of fire service.
Right.
That's something that the council has asked for some time now, for a 5-year plan, and I think you suggested even making it a 1-year plan and a 3-year plan as well. But I mean, just so that we could talk about making progress. So the budgetary issue is separate, in my view, from the plan for how we deploy the resources of the fire department. I want to, I think like all of us, make sure that we're on the track for restoration of the resources available to the fire department.
Right.
But it needs to be according to a long-term plan. We're not going to fix the fire department in 1 year, that's for sure. And so,
just to close,
let me ask for the chair of the public safety.
Close my little statement real quick.
Yes.
I want to see a plan from the fire department, like the police department had a 10,000-person plan, and whatever they thought they'd need. I think I need to see a plan as we go forward. I know it's the fire chief's discretion. I know Mr. Parks made a statement the other day that talked about the charter and what it's done. But I and all of us are elected by the people, and we're determined to try to fight for the people. So I'll fight for the fire department if I got a plan to fight for that shows we should have these people at this time in these locations. And constant staffing is a value. You can get away with it in the police department. It's a roll of the dice anyway. But in the fire department, if you don't have the right number of people when there's an incident, you do pay a severe price. Thank you.
As the chair of the Committee of Public Safety, I want to echo that. And one of the things you said earlier, Mr. LaBonge, was statistics are very important. And the fire department's plan is based just on that, on response times and statistics, on staffing models, all of which have had significant problems and issues in measurement. And the first thing that they needed to do, which they've been doing aggressively, and they brought in outside consultants, and I compliment on them, particularly the Fire Commission, who's done a great job, is cleaning those issues up and fixing the data problems so they can write a plan that they can stand on, that they can believe in, that we could have faith in, that we could fully fund because we know it's going to go to the right resources. So you're absolutely right, and that's being done. We can consistently have that back in committee for updates, and we've had to back in the council for an update as well. But that's exactly what's happening. So I appreciate that, but that's where we're at. And it's going to take, as Mr. Krikorian said, a lot more money. It's not going to just happen in this year, but we've got to base it on a real plan built on real numbers.
And we need a path to that.
That's right.
Yeah.
And if I could add, one of the...
Before you do, Mr. Rosendahl wanted to speak.
I might say everybody is right with what they're saying there. But our bottom line is this. I have a district, the 11th district, that has issues of fire and mudslide and earthquake, all three, as does many of my colleagues have that issue. When the weather's changed the way they have changed, you get nervous. If you really work for the people, you really get upset and concerned and worrisome. I don't want to see anybody suffer. I went to Fire Station 63, pancake breakfast, the other day, and you should hear the rank and file firefighters telling me their concern about not having enough people on the truck, not having enough people in the field. It's extremely worrisome. And God bless this chief, but no matter what he says, the buck stops with the mayor. The chief is hired by the mayor. And I'm appealing to our mayor to appreciate the fact that right now we're understaffed in those fire trucks, and we're all very upset about it, those of us who have those issues to deal with. So I want to push that particular alarm and say, come on, Mayor, come through with what you promised for the safety of our constituents. Thank you.
And I was simply going to add that during the hearings that we had previously, many of these concerns had come up, and the committee had asked for some reports on these, and those are included in the recommendations and as compiled through those discussions.
Very good. Thank you. All right, anything further on fire? On the fire department? All right, that brings us to Fire and Police Pension Fund. Any comments there? Seeing none, that brings us to general city purposes. And let me start by saying how pleased I am to see a recommendation to restore senior meals, which I think was clearly stated by this committee to be a high priority when we heard about the federal impact, the impact of federal sequestration on our ability to provide senior home-delivered meals, and the fact that those services would be cut to our most vulnerable citizens in this city, some of our frail and homebound seniors. It's just an abomination that because of federal funding cuts, we would consider reducing those meal services. So I'm pleased that there's a recommendation in here to fund restoration of those services. So thank you very much for that. Members on GC?
Bill's got something.
Yes, Mr. Rosendahl.
Labange is eating his sandwich. I kind of got the energy boost when I saw that happening there. I'd just like to understand, is the mayor's rep here? Would you explain to me how this figure of 1.250 came from the mayor's office, and what do you hope to accomplish with that in light of the other issues we have in our city?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm actually going to call the Cultural Affairs Department. I believe the GM is here to speak to this item. One moment. And also our Deputy Mayor, Eileen Adams, is here as well.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I just wonder if anybody from MoCA should be speaking as well?
Yeah, after us.
Okay, that's up to you to explain it and bring this clarity out here that we need to be clear with. Look, there's no question in my mind we have lots of priorities and lots of important issues, and we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul. We certainly don't want to stop Meals on Wheels from coming from vulnerable seniors that need it. I know a lot about that issue, both personally and with my father, who used to deliver Meals on Wheels until he was 85. Would you explain why we're here and what we're talking about?
There's no question that everybody here, everybody in this audience supports Meals for Seniors. That's not an issue for us, but let me say a few words about MoCA and this proposal about MoCA. We feel that it's an investment with a very high return. A high return for the branding of our city as an artistic capital of the world, for expanding TOT dollars, which have increased, as you all know, by 10.5% budget to budget. You know, it's an important economic engine for our city. And with our kids and all the programs they have for our kids, it helps keep us competitive as a city and as a country. We are competing for economic dollars for cultural tourists with other cities around the nation. And I think it's important to look at what other cities do and how they invest in the arts. New York, $25 million the city invests in the Met. San Francisco, a much smaller city than our city, $12 million in the De Young. Chicago, $6 million in its Arts Institute. And if you look at Los Angeles County, and this benefits all of us in the city as well, they invest over $20 million a year in LACMA. So I think that this is an investment with a huge return. It's an economic engine. This museum sees between 250,000 and 400,000 visitors annually. If you did an analysis of some of its exhibits, like the Andy Warhol retrospective, it brought over $50 million into LA's economy. So what we're asking for is not only an investment in our kids, in their artistic education, but also an investment in our city in our transit occupancy tax, which is the one great thing that's growing in our city. Let's continue to invest in it by this relatively small investment in MoCA.
Okay, I think that was very articulate, but I'd like MoCA to explain a little bit more. Because what we're dealing with is splitting a loaf of bread that we are having a difficult time cutting. Frankly, every one of us supports where MoCA wants to go, but we don't want to do it at the expense of Meals on Wheels to poor senior homeless. How do we separate the two and point out the multiplier effect of what you're talking about that could happen now? And if I could ask MoCA, would you explain to us why it's so critical at this point for this to happen and not support what we're talking about, supporting Meals on Wheels for poor seniors?
Sure. Well, first of all, I thank you for asking me, and I understand that it's not it's a zero-sum game on some level. So we're looking at it as art has an immense impact on the children's minds, okay? So the ability for these kids to come and see art, to come and experience art, unfortunately, LAUSD is cutting their art programs, and we can complement those with the help of the city by bringing the kids to the museum, having them go through art education. We have award-winning art educators that can come in and talk to these kids, expose them to art, help them understand what art history is about, help them to develop their art skills, their art understanding. And these art programs happen both during the week and on the weekend with children from grades of 3 through 12, with the communities, with their community's involvement, with their families. So this has multiple impact on the children, on their families.
Okay, just anecdotal, I've been told, that council members can pay for buses and other people can come up with other strategies to get the kids there. We all support the kids learning about the arts. It is an integral part of all of us. Frankly, I happen to believe with the public-private partnership with the rest of the nation and how they've been making it. But we're dealing right now with this half a loaf of bread. Why do we need to do this now? And can we not appreciate that colleagues might bring the young people in and avoid this particular financial commitment from the mayor's office? I love MoCA. I love the direction it's moving in. I'm just curious to find a comfortable way for us to deal with it. And I also like the backers who believe in the MoCA thing. I believe in it. It makes a lot of sense, including my partner who believes in it, and he's big in that art world from Semiotex. So I got all this energy going, but at the same time, I want to be fair to our great needs right now. Help me on that, if you could.
May I
please
try to answer? This city is the home to more artists than any other city in this country. We have to invest in our creative capital.
I agree.
And frankly, I think that putting together the funding of the meals for the elderly against the MoCA question is a losing proposition. I think that there are other ways that the meals for the elderly can be funded without it being directly correlated with MoCA. I think anybody would choose to feed old people. So it's just, having a directive to look for alternative funding for those two very critical things that are happening in our community. They shouldn't be pitted against each other. I think that that's a really horrible thing to do one of the few bright spots in our economy is the transient occupancy dollars are going up. We have to invest in our own infrastructure. We have to invest in our attractiveness to cultural tourists who spend more money, who spend more time in this community. So, if you pit those two against each other, it's really an unfair kind of, Sophie's choice.
I know, but you're not answering my question. Why do we have to do it now?
Because it's a critical time in MoCA's life. They are at risk of, we're at risk of losing MoCA as a standalone institution.
Is that true? Because I love MoCA and I know it's going in the right direction. Are you in that much of a jeopardy?
We really need your help. We need the city's help.
Okay. I'm finished, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Labange.
I think also Virtually,
No. We're going to hear this from...
virtually every museum is what you said, council member. It's a public-private partnership. MoCA, which is on city land, it's two magnificent structures on city land, is not a public-private partnership. It's a private partnership. Okay? So we feel that it's time for the city to invest a small amount, this one-time monies, into what should be a public-private partnership. Thank you.
I'm finished.
Oh, please go ahead.
I want to Exhibit A right here. Tourism matters. Okay, over $6.5 billion came into Los Angeles County through tourism. Over a $30 billion bounce from that economic interest. $158 million was collected by the second floor where the Office of Finance is in bed taxes, hotel and bed taxes. $158 million. Tourism does matter. I just want you to pass that out. Of a $7 billion budget, this is 0.1245678910, like 1 percent. And I think it's an investment. We must remember this brings people to our city, and especially to the center city in the Civic Center where MoCA is very important. And an old police warehouse that used to fix my motorcycles, all the motorcycles for LAPD when Dennis Hine had a flat got fixed there. So in the interest of that, I would say it's an investment, Mr. CAO and Miss CLA, that we do this. So I think we have a little need to have a little vote here, Mr. Chair. I want you to look at Exhibit A. There's $158 million comes into tourism, and the arts is a big part of our tourism, and it's an investment. And I think one thing I do want to credit this Deputy Mayor Adams, who talks of the public-private partnership, which is so key in our investment. And it's that stretch the art dollar that Olga Garay has done and her staff by the partnerships that have been created through the arts community. So I ask for an aye vote to rescind the recommendation and fund this.
Well, Mr. Labange, I certainly share the sentiment that you have about the importance of the arts. I do also have to point out, again, as I did at the outset, that the city, I think Mr. Englander said last week, and said it very well, that there are lots of things that we want to do, and there's some things that we must do, and at a time when we have the limitations that we have and the almost certain deficits that we're facing over the next several years, I'm concerned about adding new expenditures that while we certainly would want to support them when we can, this may not be the year to do that. Mr. Englander, you wanted to be heard on this.
I will not vote on this, Mr. Labange. Without all due respect, I absolutely will not vote on this, and I will not be pinned in a corner on whether it's critical to support kids studying cultural activities, which is absolutely important. I have kids of my own. Or whether we have the exact same dollar amount where we're going to feed 88,000 congregate meals to seniors and continue the elder abuse program. I'm just not going to put one against the other. And that's where we're at. That's exactly where we're at on this item right now. And I can't do that.
I changed my motion to vote on them both. Let's support them both.
Well, in a perfect world, we would do all of it. But we don't have budgets this year, and we've got to look. What I would suggest, and I was talking to Mr. Rosendahl about this earlier, Mr. Labange, is, as you know, I've been involved in a lot of philanthropic activity. I've raised tens of millions of dollars for a lot of local organizations for many, many years. In fact, you were the subject of one of those ADA events just this year, and I appreciate that. With that, I think we have to collectively get together to support philanthropic causes. I think with great public-private partnerships, with all of us behind it, we can help raise money to do those things. But feeding seniors right now, with the money we've got, and we haven't gotten out of this recession, is just not a vote I'm willing to accept and won't take because it's not right. But we don't abandon the idea of helping MoCA and doing the right thing for the arts and culture. In fact, this is a department that is the only department in the city that for every single dollar they've raised, they've got either an equivalent, if not more, of a match philanthropically. One of the best general managers that knows how to go out and find dollars is just incredible. So I think what we need to do as leaders of the city is get together with them and find a solution because I know we can do both, quite frankly. I just don't know that we can do it with city resources right now, as opposed to feeding, because that's what we were doing, was cutting the meal programs. So we're restoring that and then making a pledge to help find the funds philanthropically and otherwise, and get behind this collectively, because it benefits all of us and all of our city and all of our communities and all the children and youth in our communities, to help raise those dollars, and that would be my pledge.
Discussion informally. We don't want to pit one against the other. It's just not right for any of us to move in that direction. And so we are very clearly committed to MoCA moving forward. It's enthusiastically supported by us. But at this particular moment, it's difficult for us to pin one against the other. I think with Mr. Labange and I going on the record, making our point very clear that we support it, gives it obvious credibility to MoCA when the council actually takes it up as an issue. But it's just not right for us to find ourselves in an awkward spot. And, you know, Mr. Mayor, you didn't need to put us in this kind of an awkward spot. I say to Mayor Villaraigosa, who historically had a role with this, we all want to get things done and get things moving in the right direction. So I just want to hold that with the concept that we can make it all work if we work together. I don't want to in any way dish MoCA. I think it's important. I think we need to go forward with it. But with this particular penny, we need to use it for those in most vulnerable need.
Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a bad position because this proposal is exactly the kind of thing that I ran for city council to be able to implement. I mean, we obviously want to be able to do good things for our community. This is obviously a good choice. We know art programs are being cut, and we know we could supplement it. The problem is we're not in a very good position. If this were 2006, I would approve this without hesitating, and probably if it were 2016, the same would be true. But we are pitting one thing against another. We're pitting a new obligation when we're in a deep hole that we haven't dug ourselves out of yet. And we're estimating next year we're going to be over $200 million short after having cut year after year. We're in a position where we're talking about how do we fund either enough ambulances to keep us safe in one particular response, or enough people on fire equipment to guarantee that our fire response is adequate. So I think this is something we can look to help with in the future when we're on firm footing. And it would be really interesting if Joel Wax were still on the council to see what he recommended.
God bless.
As the city's patron of the arts on council, and at the same time it's fiscal conservative. And my suspicion is that even he, as director of the Andy Warhol Foundation, would still say to the city, right now you're still broke, so don't obligate yourself to a bunch of new stuff. Get yourself on a firm fiscal footing so you can start doing good things like this again and not put yourself in trouble at the same time. So as much as I would love to see this, and we should plan on having public-private partnerships with MoCA in the future isn't here yet. I don't think we're in a fiscal position to do it this year.
Just the last request.
Mr. Labange.
Mr. CLA, write a letter to Joel Wax, here in New York City. Joel Wax, Andy Warhol Foundation, ask him for help. Thank you.
Sell a painting.
Yeah, he could, actually. He could sell a painting, and he could fund this.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask about the Office of Contractor Relations, which was proposed as being one of the reductions for deletions. I think my request last week was the possibility of having that funding to be moved from GCP to another more relevant department, either EDD or another. But I didn't suggest that it be deleted. But maybe we can speak to what is that office, what are its functions, and why was it proposed, and why is it proposed for elimination? Let me start with the mayor's office.
Thank you, Council Member. I mean, the Office of Contract Relations exists in the mayor's office to ensure that our contracting process has diversity and that the diversity in our contracts is as reflective as the demographics in this city. And I'm not certain if you saw the recent Bloomberg article, but it says the city is just basically not cutting the mustard when it comes to the level of diversity in our contracting processes. So the mayor's office has made sure that this particular division has been included to maintain that and create policies that are relative to that. The recent controller's audit also stated that this office is essential and that it should be maintained in the mayor's office for oversight of not only that function, but of the technological piece that is important to that process.
Ms. Kalfine.
If I could.
Mr. Englander.
And I was the one that called this item last time. And just as a refresher for my colleagues as well, before we dive deep into it, if we need to dive deep, again, it's the idea of establishing yet again, a new program. It's probably important. We do have, this hasn't been vetted in any policy committees. It sort of came out of the blue in the budget. That's what I was told in my research. If the CLA can shed some light on that, maybe an opportunity if we can instruct contract administration for their recommendations on how they can implement better some of these initiatives, but to create a new program when we, at this point, based on, from a budgetary response, that's why I recommended that it either be housed in contract administration or at least they address the issue and seeing how they can reflect some of those ideas and concerns before creating another function and asked for that elimination as well. So if you could reflect on that.
What I was just going to indicate is it's true that this Office of Contractor Relations currently exists within the mayor's office. What this budget did is add a source of revenue and place it in the general city purposes fund. So it could remain in the mayor's office as suggested within the funds that they currently have.
The other part of that is contract administration itself, I believe, was short 2 positions which weren't funded in this budget, and that was part of their request from their memo. So here we are creating something different and not allowing or giving the opportunity to contract administration to try to fulfill the need. I just think there's a disconnect that we needed further input from the policy committee on this. I think it's very important, but not to try to fix it with just creating the function.
And that's certainly something that could be looked at. It could be a request to look at the function of this group and report back, and with the connection with contract administration, that could be something that this committee requests.
Okay. Well, this is something that it's not a new program. It does exist. It's a question of the funding source for it, and it's, as I understand it, important in order to prevent the potential for liability, among other things, as well as fulfilling the important policy goals that we want to fulfill. Members, we've been going a while, and I see people are kind of straggling around. So I'm going to suggest that, given the fact that it's almost, we've been going almost 3 hours, why don't we take about 15 minutes to recess, stretch our legs, and get a drink of water or do whatever, and we'll resume again in about 15 minutes.
Mr. Chair, just a privilege.
Mr. Rosendahl.
I have to go back, and I wanted to do transportation before we take the break to at least highlight those issues. If I could do that before the break so I can... I have a 6 o'clock back in the district.
Oh, okay.
The Vera Davis Center and the Human Relations Commission. And there was the transportation ones that I wanted to have some clarity on, or at least present them.
I don't know.
Before we break.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do that then.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
So we'll move to, out of order, members, to page 13, the transportation.
It's page 11, okay, in the book on executive staff of the DOT, and it has to do with the assistant general manager position and restoration position. I would just love for that to be, please.
I think so, Mr. Rosendahl. If I could here, that we have a new assistant general manager position with the funding within the department that was there. This deletes one environmental affairs officer. I remember we did a consolidation a few years ago, and the Department of Environmental Affairs was eliminated, but there was a position that was created and it should be fulfilled. I don't know all the intricacies of the rates or what is there, but this action will offset the cost associated with that AAGM. So I would just want to put that forward, Mr. Chair, that this is, I think, an important role. And remember, that as you open up the afternoon statement, it was the staff of the Department of Transportation, its general managers and staff that articulated the $42 million that was in an account that was found. So I would just ask that we put this back in the budget.
I would love that. Is Jaime nodding his head back there in support of it? Could you come up real quickly?
Jaime De La Vega, General Manager of the Department of Transportation.
He's doing an excellent job with the committee, I might add, on every level. Could you just give us a quick response to what Mr. Labange just said about that position? Delete one new assistant general manager and restore position authority for one environmental affairs office in the Department of Transportation. Your flexibility, your opinion of this.
Yeah. Jaime De La Vega, DOT. Yes, the requested position actually restores a fourth assistant general manager that was deleted previously in a prior budget year. That person has significant responsibility over parking and other parts of our operation, which generates millions of dollars a year. I think you can ask the CAO and the mayor's office. In our proposed budget, we identified cost and staff reductions that far exceeded the cost of this one request.
So that's it, and Mr. Labange and I are on the same wavelength on this. Do we need to do anything more, Mr. Chair? Get a vote for it? Or?
Well, I don't think we're going to be doing these piecemeal, but Ms. Kalfine.
Yeah, may I put this into some context? When the committee was discussing a number of things in the budget, one of the things that was requested was to take a look at position authorities. There were a number of concerns about high-level position authorities, exempt authorities, pay grades, and so based on that discussion, we took a look at some of those issues, and this was one of them. So there were about 7 assistant general managers that were included in the budget, some of which are currently filled, some of which are part of a transfer of responsibility. This one is new, and then the other one that was new was the chief financial officer as part of that consolidation of building and safety and planning. So what the recommendation here is basically not to create any new high-level positions. The position that it was replacing would still exist, so that position is not lost in this process. It would eliminate the higher-level position, and that was one of the requests, was to look at that.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, one more point on another subject before I leave, and I appreciate this opportunity, and this is for the CAO. I'd like a request to report on how we can implement a strategy to address the homeless situation at Venice Beach, similar to what is currently known as Operation Healthy Streets for downtown LA area. The strategy needs to involve the following departments: Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Sanitation, CAO, CLA, City Attorney, Rec and Park, and LAPD, and the Los Angeles Homeless Service Agency and CD11. Homelessness is a citywide problem, and frankly, I need to get some support citywide for the obvious reasons of Venice Beach. If we could have a report back on that, I'd be most grateful. Now, I hijacked that one while I was doing transportation. Unless somebody wants me to say anything more, I'm finished.
Okay. Thank you. I'm prepared to take our recess now. I don't think we need to. You've just asked for a report back on that, Mr. Rosendahl, so I think that's
report back, and I want to preserve that position so he can have the staff he needs in DOT to do his job.
All right. Thank you. So we'll recess now until 5:30. All right. Members, thank you very much for your patience. And my suggestion, members, in fact, what I'm going to do is, given the fact that Mr. Rosendahl had another important obligation, he's not going to be able to participate this evening in our further discussion. And Mr. LaBlanche has a very important special event tonight. He's celebrating his 25th wedding anniversary.
Got married at 2nd and Main at St. Viviana's, and my wife Bridget's put it up for her. Give her the hand.
And Mr. LaBlanche, I appreciate your being here even this long for that special event. Given that and the fact that we still have considerably more ground to cover in this, members, what I'd like to do is recess for this evening and then resume again tomorrow at the conclusion of council. Why don't we set 1 o'clock as a time certain to begin again? We'll begin in chambers at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So with that, we will be in recess.
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
It's all about the water.
After September 11th, 2001, everyone in this country wanted to do something to be supportive of those who experienced a very personal tragedy. They lost a family member or a friend. So we reached out to the people from California who lost family members and offered to plant a memorial tree with them. And we began going to people's homes and churches and schools and planting individual trees with them. As we were speaking to one widow, she said to me, they all died together, why don't you plant all of the trees together? So we discussed that with the other families, and they wanted to do that. So thanks to the Recreation and Parks Department in Los Angeles, we were able to come to North Hollywood Park, and the families came here on June 22nd, 2002. They planted their family trees here together. So we built this memorial here as well to let people know what these trees mean, and to every person they're individually dedicated to. This woman was planted in honor of the life of a young woman, 19 years old. Her flight was actually canceled, and she was bumped to Flight 93. And I remember her father saying over and over she wasn't supposed to be on that plane. That's probably how all of the family members feel. Their loved ones were not supposed to be on those planes. Tree over there was planted by the family and parents and siblings of a 25-year-old professional who had moved back east and was coming home to introduce his parents to his fiancée. This tree was planted in honor of one of the heroes that day, the captain of the flight that went into the Pentagon. It was planted by his brother and some of the local firefighters here. When you think about 2,977 people, I think it's impossible to grasp the enormity of the tragedy, but when you talk about each family and you met them and they watch them plant the tree for their loved one, that's what makes it so personal and brings home the impact of what happened that day. After we did this planting, the families were talking to one another, and we started getting calls from other families from New York asking if we'd plant a tree for their lost loved one. And we can't say no, or we couldn't say no. So we ended up planting a tree for everyone. It took us 10 years because these trees have to be planted in a special and sacred way individually. Since its creation, Million Trees LA has donated trees for these plantings, for which we are very appreciative.
This is Anna Tarian. I design eco-friendly clothing in Sherman Oaks. To watch eco-friendly programming, watch Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bob Jimenez, and welcome to LA Business Today. California's state auditor is now saying that the Department of Public Health is violating state laws in awarding business contracts.
I'm Sharon Jimenez. Funds to support programs to prevent child abuse don't comply with the law, says State Auditor Elaine Howley. The State Department of Public Health and Social Services are responding to the auditor, promising new overviews of business contracts.
Jobs in LA, of course, depend heavily on government funding. We have Jorge Breseño, the director of instructional television in the Los Angeles Unified School District. By the way, LAUSD is the second largest employer in LA County.
And Bob, the largest employer in LA County is the government of LA County. So with so many jobs connected to public spending, auditors have a big job protecting our public funds.
Private industry jobs in Los Angeles depend heavily at times on working relationships with the businesses in neighboring Mexico. Dr. Javier Martinez is with us on LA Business Today.
Dr. Martinez is a leader in a business with a buzz that fuels restaurants and bars throughout the county.
Two big industries represented on the show today, education and liquor. Let's get down to business. Dr. Javier Martinez is an Oxford-educated entrepreneur whose business is tequila liquor. He is considered an expert in one of the most popular liquors sold in Los Angeles, in fact, all over the place, from production to regulation to marketing. He is also founder and former president of the Mexican Business Council of Los Angeles. Dr. Martinez, thank you for being on LA Business Today. I'd offer you a drink of tequila, but the bar's closed.
All right. Thank you for the
tequila. Boy, it's almost an enigma even today because people drink it, they enjoy it, they buy it, they celebrate with it. But I don't think many Americans really know what it's all about, do they?
Well, you know, tequila has been the fastest growing category in the United States for the last 10, 15 years.
More than Irish whiskey?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So more and more people know exactly what tequila is all about. They are discovering, you know, how tequila is made of, what is made of, and the associations that comes with tequila.
All right, remind us all, where does it come from?
Well, it's an agave plant, which is, you know, a plant native of Mexico.
Right.
And it's a beautiful plant, you know, can go this tall. You plant it, you have to wait 7 to 10 years until it is mature. Then you harvest it, you cook the core of the agave plant, You extract the juice, you ferment the juice, and you process the distillation to make tequila. It's a beautiful plant. It's the only spirits in the world that is made of that beautiful plant.
Yeah, and only in Mexico, right?
Only in Mexico.
And tequila doesn't come from other countries. It comes right from Jalisco, right?
That's correct. It's like champagne or cognac. It has to be produced only in certain regions of Mexico, mostly the state of Jalisco and some other regions in some other states.
Interesting history of tequila. I'm nearly 70 years old. I've been drinking tequila thanks to my grandfather, Jesus Jimenez.
That's why you look so good.
That's why. That and cactus, right? I've been drinking this spirit for some time. Usually, when my grandfather introduced it to me, he didn't put it in a margarita. He gave it to me in a shot glass, and he said, "Here, enjoy." But most Americans have to have it mixed with something. Why is that?
You know, the versatility of the drink is just amazing. You know, you can drink it straight, sip it, you know, to get the flavors and the aromas of the agave plant.
Yeah.
But it comes very well also in a margarita or in a paloma or combined with some other thing. That is, the versatility of the drink is one of the very positive things of the spirits.
Okay. Your father got involved in the manufacture and production and marketing of tequila, and then you took over 15 years ago?
Well, you know, somebody needed to come and open the biggest market, which is the American market, and I was brave enough to say, you know, somebody needs to go there, and I volunteered to come here.
Yeah. But tequila was introduced long before that to the American culture. When was it?
That's right. About 1873 was the first record of the first export of tequila coming into the United States.
And what was the reaction from Americans? Hey, this is good stuff.
They love it, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. And of course, early experimentation with tequila was that there was a certain potency to it that made you feel good and hit you immediately, almost like if you poured it into your veins. But later on, around what, the 70s, 80s, it got to become very sophisticated, wasn't it?
Right. You know, the industry improved there's methodology a lot. You know, they improved the fermentation, the distillation, the way the agave was processed. They really become more refined on one hand, and on the other hand, the American consumer also started associating tequila with the 3 Fs, fun, friends, and freedom. Yeah. You know, tequila is the only drink that gives this sense of adventure, adventure with a small A, you know. Yeah. You drink tequila, you're going to be with friends celebrating, you're going to escape for a while this stressful lifestyle of the U.S. and go to Mexico.
Yeah, we should drink your tequila responsibly, though, right?
Absolutely, always.
Okay. All right, well, always. What a great story of this drink, and I've got to ask, and it's a perfect transition at this point, is how well are the tequila sales in the United States doing, even in a recession?
Well, as I said, you know, it's the fastest growing category. It's the biggest market in the world. This market bigger than Mexico.
Bigger than vodka?
No, vodka is still 1/3 of the consumption in this country.
Okay.
Tequila represents about 6% of the consumption, so still room to grow.
Okay.
But growing fast.
A lot of room to grow.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if in 50 years, you know, we have 1/3 of the consumption is tequila in this country. Vodka was, you know, almost nothing at the beginning of the century, and it capture 1/3 of the market.
All right. Well, you cross the border back and forth quite a bit, don't you?
Yes, twice a month.
And you see what goes on in Mexico business-wise. You see what's happened in the United States. How much of the recession in the United States has affected business coming back to the United States from Mexico?
Well, in terms of my industry, the category continues to grow, even with the recession. Has been some trade down from the consumer. You know, the category goes more towards the consumer drinking better tequilas, more expensive tequilas. Yeah. They prefer more refined tequilas. That segment has slowed down, but the overall category is still growing.
All right, well, let's dispel with myths. I mean, we know what the advertisement world is like. They go, drink 900 Gold or whatever they call it. Is it truly a better tequila than the average tequila?
Essentially, it's a matter of taste. You know, there is very over-aged tequilas that I call it. Extracts most of the flavors from the wood, from the barrel. The agave plant is already very rich in flavors and aroma. In my philosophy, there is no need really to mix it with too much wood. That leave it for Scotch or bourbon or cognac because the raw materials don't have any flavors. But tequila, the true tequila is the silver tequila, the blanco tequila, which is already very rich. So does that add more because you put it in a barrel and, you know, it could justify sometimes $300, $400 dollar tequila? In my opinion, not.
Yeah, I used to think of tequila as a cheap drink, but if you get some really good stuff, it's going to cost you a little bit.
That's right, but not that much. You can have a very nice...
All right, getting back to the economy between the United States and Mexico, of course we had NAFTA in the early 90s, the North American Free Trade Agreement, almost forced down the American public's throat by then President Bill Clinton, who believed that NAFTA was going to open up a free market without inhibition that was really going to improve things. And he actually turns out to be the father of exporting jobs in the United States. Was it a failure? Was it a success? All things equal, what was NAFTA to Mexico?
To me, I think it was a huge success for both countries. For every dollar that Mexico exports, 40 cents are generated in jobs and wealth here in the United States. So the two economies are tied together.
Yeah.
And in the case of my industry, allow the industry to grow tremendously.
Yeah.
Under the NAFTA treaty, there is, the denomination of origin, appellation of origin recognized by the United States that makes the exportation of tequila from Mexico to the U.S. very easy. You don't have any issue, any paperwork.
That's tequila. What about other hard and soft products?
The same thing. The trade has improved, 4 times as much since NAFTA, creating jobs on both sides of the border.
Yeah.
The myth, the jobs were exported to Mexico is not really true.
Yeah.
For every job created in Mexico, there was also another job created here in the United States.
I hope I don't put you on the spot here, but how much of the cartel problem in Mexico has interfered with progress, or how much more business could be traded between Mexico and the United States?
That's a problem, obviously a security problem. I'm not going to deny it. But look at the macroeconomic indicators in Mexico. The economy is going to grow at 4% this year, maybe twice as fast as in the United States. The indicators are very strong, stronger than most of the European countries, and even this country. The government could pay their debt and still have $50 billion in the bank without any problem. Low inflation, exchange rate is very stable. There's more things to do. We need to create more jobs right now.
Yeah.
Make the economy more efficient.
More jobs everywhere, right?
Everywhere.
How much credit goes to President Calderon?
Well, the fundamentals since the last crisis in 1994 has been there even before Calderon, by President Cedillo, then President Fox. We're very careful of not messing too much with the economy.
The reason I bring his name up is because he really launched and was also the father of some very stringent measures to bring the cartel under control. A lot of people died during his reign, and now that he's leaving office. So would you consider it a success in what he had done?
I think it's difficult. It's a lot of criticism about his strategy to bring up the army and confront the... But there were many options at that time. There was no federal police. He started the organization of the federal police, but federal police only 35,000 elements so far. To fight the organized crime is too little.
Yeah.
And the development of the organizations that we need in Mexico to fight the organized crime is going to take a while.
Yeah. And now he's going, once he's leaving office, he's going to Harvard, where he's going to teach and do research. He's going to follow the trail of Cedillo, who went to Yale. Why do Mexican presidents wind up at these places?
Good question. I guess, they feel comfortable that that's what they were being trained. Most of our presidents has been trained in the U.S. universities. And it's not the case for Mexico. It's the case for maybe the rest of the world as well.
I have a theory.
What is your theory?
That because they have access to money, universities are attracted to these kind of people. Is there some validity in that?
That's possible. I wouldn't be able to tell for certain.
Because we know those universities, they want that dollar.
Then largely increase their endowment.
Well, are you confident then, as we enter into the new year, that business is going to stabilize a little more, and the Mexican government and the American government are going to cooperate a little more?
Absolutely. I'm really confident about that. The wages between China and Mexico have almost leveled up.
Yeah.
So more business are now thinking of moving from China to Mexico because it makes more sense from the economic point of view, from the business point of view. As I said, this economic fundamentals in Mexico are strong. It makes sense to continue growing our NAFTA project.
Yeah. And now that the tequila in your life is getting better and better, I guess we can throw away the salt and the fruit?
Absolutely. Drink it the way you like it, but that's a good opportunity for that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just drink it responsibly. Look for the best brand.
In fact, let me tell you something, because the industry has been from scarcity to overproduction.
Yeah.
10 years ago, we have a shortage of agave plants, so we have to this scarcity. Right now, we are in the opposite side of the cycle. So we have too much agave that turns into too much tequila, so drink as fast as possible, responsibly.
But responsibly. Dr. Javier,
Thank
nice
you so
to
much.
see you again, and come back and see us again, okay?
Thank you.
You're watching LA Business Today.
We can all be energy savers. It's easy. Turn off lights. Use energy-saving light bulbs. And turn off electronics and appliances when not in use. Make a change and we can really fly. Learn more at energy.gov/kids.
Jorge Briceño is the co-host of the Teacher's Hour, an interactive arena where teachers, parents, and students discuss state standards for English language arts, math, literacy, science, social studies, and the technologies. The show is featured on KLCS, the LAUSD channel, and PBS channel for Los Angeles, available in 16 million homes in Southern California. Jorge, welcome to LA Business Today.
Thank you for the invite.
You have a very big job to educate the populace of the youth of LA to be competitive in today's global business market. How's it going?
It's a challenge to say the least. We're just discussing it's an ever-changing landscape, and we have so much work to do just to get our kids up to speed, let alone catch up and be where the rest of the country and the rest of the world are. So it's an incredible uphill battle, and we've been, as you're aware, impacted by the fiscal situation over the last 5 years in California.
Has that made the dropout rate worse, better? More people staying in school, more of the youth leaving school?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't know if I've seen any type of specific demographic or statistics that's correlated the two, but I do know that in general, the dropout rate is slightly improving, meaning that there are less dropouts. At one point, it was estimated that close to 50% of LAUSD students did not graduate from high school. Right now, I believe we're closer to about 64-65% graduating, higher in some areas, of course. So perhaps, as you said, students are being motivated to stay in school as a viable economic option.
Because there are not that many jobs out there. The correlation between dropout in prison and the high cost of that for our society, what is the correlation?
It's staggering. It's staggering when you look at the incarcerated population of Los Angeles, and you look particularly at Latino and African American males who have also the highest dropout rate. It's almost a one-to-one correlation. I mean, it's above 90%. The incarcerated males in that demographic are high school dropouts, by and large. And so what we're trying to get people to understand is we can either address the problem at the front end, or have to address it, through the building of additional prisons and police forces.
So which is to keep them in school. So how is KLCS doing the job of helping teachers educate?
Well, we're obviously one part and one tool in the arsenal of the LAUSD. I think it's a very valuable tool because as a media entity, we are at the point where students need to be, meaning technology is going mobile, it's going digital, and everything, video and all types of content that you can distribute to students in the community and teachers is going to be valuable, and access to that. So we have a lot of initiatives in place to try to do that, to put that information in front of teachers and students. One specific initiative is the American Graduate Initiative, which KLCS is a partner of, and we're specifically addressing the needs of the dropout community in Los Angeles.
And how?
Well, we're trying to, number one, get the conversation going and make people realize that it is an epidemic. It's an epidemic nationwide, but we are particularly affected in LA. We are one of the 25 markets nationwide that actually shares within those 25, 50% of the dropouts come from just those 25 markets, so 50% across the nation.
Why?
Well, that's one of the issues that we're trying to get at. Obviously, it's one of these very complex issues that doesn't have a one-size-fits-all answer, but one of the things that we are finding out is that students feel like there isn't a connection between what's going on in the classroom, what's going on inside that school, and real life, that school is not necessarily addressing their needs, and perhaps that they'd be better off trying to get into the marketplace, the business market right away. And also, because we have such an impacted community, again, or impacted classroom with all the cuts that we've had, we've lost teachers, classroom sizes have increased. It's an incredible challenge for a high school teacher, for example, with 5 or 6 periods, 40 students per period, to keep track of that many students. So,
and with all the technology now, are students reading like they used to?
That's another interesting question, because some folks are pointing to studies that say they are, in fact, spending more time through their digital devices reading. The educators always say, well, what are they reading? And, so that's...
Are they reading things that lend themselves to higher education?
Absolutely.
In complex reasoning, or
right.
Are they just reading?
Or are they just doing Facebook's updates and spending all their time on social media and things that may not necessarily advance them academically? So, yeah, they are perhaps doing more overall general reading, but it doesn't necessarily translate to academic achievement.
And how about math and science?
Wow, that is another issue.